ಲಿಂಕ್ ಬರ್ಲಿಕತ್ತಾರ. ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ರಿ ಸರ್? ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಬ್ಲೂ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲಲ್ರಿ. D990 RM D4. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ಲೂ ಲೈನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಈ ತರ ಬರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಿಸ್ತೀರಿ ಕೂಡ
A very good morning to everyone. Respected keynote speaker, distinguished resource persons, delegates, researchers, teachers, staff of our college, and dear students. Myself, Dr. Nirmala Hiregoda, Principal, Srimati K.S. Jigulur Arts and Dr. S.M. Sheshgiri, Commerce College for Women, Dharwad. It is a moment of great privilege and honor for me to extend a hearty welcome to all of you today at this memorable event. With the blessings of Parama Pujya Sri Hurkadli Ajja, the founder of our institution, we have organized one-day international virtual conference on the economic and financial implications of COVID-19, jointly by the Department of Economics and Commerce of our college. We are fortunate to have an eminent academicians and leading research scholars as keynote speaker and resource persons. I am very happy to state that we have received an overwhelming response across globe. To quote few countries, USA, UK, Australia, Canada, Dubai, etc. I would like to express my gratitude and warm welcome to our plenary and featured keynote speaker of today's event, Dr. Ashok Alur. I extend my warm and cordial welcome to all the resource persons of different sessions of this conference who will share their valuable ideas on the impact of COVID-19. At this time, it is essential to bring together the expert on one platform. I wholeheartedly welcome all the delegates, participants, researchers from various places, especially the participants from abroad who are also sharing the time with us in this event. I would like to take this opportunity to thank and welcome the conference organizing committee and staff of our college for their diligent work for conducting this conference. On behalf of our management, faculty members, and organizing committee, I would like to express my most sincere gratitude for your presence in this conference. Now, I would like to say a few words about the conference. If you take a look at the conference program, you will agree that this conference is going to be busy and productive. Under the critical scenario of COVID-19, amidst of national lockdown, we are very much keen to learn and share the implications of COVID-19 on various segments of the economy. The speaker on this program will be highlighting the key theme, trends, and current situations for the audiences. Due to COVID-19, especially interesting will be to learn the priorities and developments for several local, regional, national, and international economics and financial situations. So the conference will be benefit all the participants by way of online interaction with leading researchers, and we are sure that the delegates will find this conference to be appropriate, informative, and useful. Once again, I will welcome you all and hope this day conference will be enjoyable and fruitful to all of you. And thank you once again. And I request Dr. Girija Yabandavar, conference coordinator, to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Alur.
I am Dr. Girija Yabandavar, coordinator of this conference. It is my distinct honor and high privilege to welcome you all to this international virtual conference on the economic and financial implications of COVID-19, organized by Department of Economics and Commerce of SKSJ Arts and SMS Commerce College for Women, Dharwad. The task of introducing the keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Alur, is a great privilege to me. Dr. Ashok Alur has enriched with resourceful background. He is a native of Bagalkot district. He received his PhD in agriculture from University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad. He has undergone various national and international training courses and more than 8 management executive development programs in agriculture and allied sectors. He has served in various capacities in International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. He was Vice Chancellor of Bharatiya Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, Anandpur, Andhra Pradesh. Presently, he is serving as the Director of Center of Excellence for FPOs under Government of Karnataka. He is a recipient of many international and national awards from reputed institutions. Dr. Ashok Alur served as Honorary Scientific Advisor to Government of Republic of Mozambique and Kingdom of Swaziland in their food security programs. He has also served as member of high power committees, state level as well as editorial committees. He has visited more than 40 countries across the globe on several international missions, assignments, and international conferences. As an academician, he has been instrumental in establishing horticulture university, research laboratories, and research centers. He has passion of working with farmers institutions and has been guiding the formation of farmers institutions in various states of India and countries like China, Thailand, Mozambique, and Swaziland. Aside from his talent and advocacies, Dr. Ashok Alur has authorized number of books, research papers, and bulletins. He writes columns in leading newspaper and magazines regularly. I am delighted to welcome you, sir, to this event and request you to contribute your valuable ideas and address the conference. Within 5 minutes, the speech will start. Within 5 minutes.
There is some problem with the slides. I'm unable to open that file. I will talk and then I will send it later to you. Yeah, good morning, everybody. And it's indeed a great pleasure for me to deliver this keynote address during this one-day international virtual conference on economic and financial implications of COVID-19, organized by Department of Economics, KSJ Arts and SMS Commerce College for Women, Dharwad. I congratulate the management and the staff for organizing this conference at this point of time. I was also going through the sub-themes identified for the conference, which basically includes challenges in the job market, impact on Sensex, agricultural entrepreneurship, supply chain management, socio-economic impacts on women, challenges and opportunities in healthcare, and all these topics are very well thought and are chosen with a lot of meticulous care and provides a lot of information to the participants of the conference. Friends, COVID-19 pandemic has caused unprecedented human, health, economic and financial crisis. The measures necessary to contain the virus has triggered an economic downturn, and at this point of time, there is a great uncertainty about its severity and to what extent or the length that is going to continue. If you look at the latest financial stability report that shows that the financial system has already felt a dramatic impact, and further intensification of the crisis could affect the global financial stability, and India is not an exception to this. The global spread of COVID-19 may further require imposition of quite tougher and longer lasting containment measures, actions that may lead to further tightening of the global financial conditions, and should they result in more severe prolonged downturn of the economy. Such a tightening may in turn expose the financial vulnerabilities that have built in recent years in the environment of extremely low interest rates. And if you look at the number of cases that were happening in the country. See, we are also, India is also marching ahead with so many cases being reported every day. If you look at the shock of COVID-19, this would further exacerbate the shock. And for example, the asset managers facing, large outflows may be forced to sell into falling markets and thus intensifying the downward price movements in the market. And in addition, there can be levered investors may face further margin calls and may be forced to unwind their portfolios in many cases. Such financial deleveraging may aggravate the selling pressures on the business entities. As firms becomes distressed and default rates climb higher, credit markets may come down and to a sudden stop, especially in the risky environments like high yield, leveraged loan and the private debt markets. These markets have expanded rapidly since the global financial crisis, reaching 9 trillion United States dollar globally. And whereas while their credit quality, underwriting standards, and investor protections have become quite weakened. If you look at the early March, the high yield spreads have skyrocketed, notwithstanding the recent declines, particularly in the sectors most affected by the pandemic or the air travel. If you look at the air travel, it's terrible. And also look at the energy sector. So these are the most affected, and most vulnerable sectors, I should say, or I should mention here. Similarly, leveraged loan prices have fallen very sharply, and about half of the drop seen during the global financial crisis at one point of time. As a result, what is happening is the rating agencies have revised their speculative grade default forecasts to recessionary levels, and the market implied defaults have also risen very sharply. If you look at the banks have more capital and liquidity than in the past, and they have been subject to stress tests and great supervisory scrutiny in the recent years, putting them in a better position than on the onset of the earlier global financial crisis. In addition, the substantial and coordinated action by the Reserve Bank or the central banks in other countries to provide liquidity to the banks in many economies should also help to alleviate the potential liquidity pains. Nonetheless, the resilience of banks will be tested in the face of a sharp slowdown in economic activity or in an economic activity that may turn out to be more severe and lengthy than currently what is being anticipated. So in that regard, together, the monetary, fiscal, financial, policies should aim to cushion the impact of COVID-19 shock and ensure a steady, sustainable recovery once the pandemic comes under the country. Close, continuous international coordination would be an essential item to support vulnerable countries, especially those countries which are highly vulnerable for such an impact, to restore their market confidence and to contain financial stability risks. The IMF is ready to assert full weight of its resources, firstly to protect or help the most vulnerable economies or those countries which are highly affected by this, and for the long term to strengthen the eventual recovery of the economy. What we can see is a trilateral series of simultaneously operating shocks surfacing from the COVID-19 impact or COVID-19 pandemic. In no order or in no particular order, they are an essential initial supply side shock imposed from the shutdown in our neighboring country, China, a fiscal shock for the countries where there is declared public health emergency, and the oil price shock with the prices of crude oil cut to encourage higher consumption amidst the weakening global demand. The financial markets at the moment are reacting to these shocks in a continuum and are likely to remain extremely volatile for the significant period of time. At the same time, very least till the number of infected cases start coming down across different nations. And this is again true with our case. We have been reporting, India has been reporting too many number of cases every day in the last few days. If you look at the impact of this COVID-19 pandemic, how is this pandemic is likely to affect, India's core growth trajectory? Forecasting with a quantitative accuracy may be a little difficult to do, but simply because it is hard to trust many of the underlying assumptions of forecasting the growth models. In a recent analysis, economists view the COVID-19 shock as a black swan event, where the occurrence of the event might be unlikely, but it is imposing a big impact in a big way. So in trying to assess the pandemic's impact on the GDP of our nation, they used to design scenario building model, which is often used as one of the methodological tools in many disaster impact assessments. Some critical observations emerge from their scenarios. Firstly, they expect substantial economic slowdown, estimated a global growth level of 1.6, which is around 0.8%, less than the previous OECD estimate of 2.4%. For India, they expect that the growth to come down by 5.3 from the previous estimate of 5.7%. India's exposure to China is limited as compared to many other Asian economies and many other countries in the globe. The largest impact is likely to be on the currency markets. The Indian rupee, which has depreciated significantly due to high risk amongst the investors in a global scenario. Secondly, in a scenario of widespread case of virus infection across country like India, the slowdown effect on India's growth could be more profound at around 0.7% in 2021, leading to an overall growth estimate of close to 5%. While these estimates might or might not be totally accurate, but they do present a higher probabilistic scenario that seems currently likely. So under this situation, what I could view is, in my view, the composition of growth in India across sectors might significantly change if the global containment of virus doesn't happen on expected lines. We are still in the dark whether the virus can be contained effectively within a short period of time. It is unclear that if that will only or fully happen when the vaccines become available, when the vaccines become affordable, when the vaccines become common, which could take more than a year to develop and be distributed to the common public. So this is the scenario. Few more months of lockdown in travel, restricted mobility of goods, and retail business shutdowns in countries like US, across the Europe, and parts of China might also inhibit many of the sectors which are very, very key in this country. For now, there are explicit negative externality costs to some critical Indian sectors. For example, pharmaceutical industry, agrochemicals industry, electronic equipments industry, automotive components like this. So these sectors are expected to have an explicit negative externality cost to happen, while offering a very thin silver lining of opportunity to some sectors. For example, textile sector, garment sector may have little better opportunity side. So to boost the domestic production and also to replace the broken parts of the supply chain, networks are emerging, from the China's isolation. So we are now trying to have self-reliance in our own country. It is not necessary to agree to the view on the India's exposure in terms of trade, being limited to China. At an international scenario or at an international level, it is also important to recognize how China, apart from being a major exporter and importer of goods, remain a vital transit point for India and many other nations in facilitating the movements of ships, cargo, and trade logistics across nations, both in South and Southeast Asia. India's exposure to Chinese imports, has drastically increased in the recent years. If you look at the trends, In 2018, I would like to just share some ideas here, some points here. 2018 alone, China exported goods worth 90.4 billion US dollars to India, and it accounted for about 14.63% of the exports to India. Now, China is now the biggest source of intermediate products for India. That is, worth 30 billion US dollars annually. According to the Trade Promotion Council of India, approximately 85% of the pharmaceutical ingredients, imported by Indian companies are from the Chinese origin. India's agrochemical industry has been badly hurt, already, and a longer disruption in the supply of Chinese import, especially for fertilizers, can even affect our agriculture sector. At the same time, if the Indian companies producing dyes, pigments, basic chemicals such as polyvinyl chloride can boost production in weeks to come, and then they can benefit by contributing to the void that is being induced by the domestic demand. India is also in the middle of signing a limited trade deal with United Nations, and in the current scenario, the trade deal might take more than a few months to actualize, and the trade in services remain already affected. In consumer durables too, the Indian manufacturers use about 75% of the Chinese components. For example, for items like TVs, almost 85% of the components are from China, and also same is the case with the smartphones. So the important components such as mobile displays, open cell TV panels, open circuit boards, memory and LED chips all are imported from China to India. It is difficult to substitute intermediary imports in a short span of time. Moreover, at the time when India's consumption demand, basically the private investor sentiment is extremely weak, an exogenous shock from the COVID-19 pandemic can further dampen the industrial production levels. Friends, it's also very important to see that COVID-19 disruptive shock on the global economy, unlike 2008-9 fiscal or financial crisis, as both supply and demand side, there's a shock. And intersectionality between these two need to be better understood, for an effective policy design to be worked out and executed as a response to COVID-19 impact. Why so? If one goes to cinema theater, usually what we do, we just not buy the cinema ticket, we also buy, we spend money on popcorn, we buy some snacks, and sometimes we take meal or before or after the film. So like this, similarly, if a restaurant stops receiving the customers, people are not going to cinema theaters, people are not going to malls, hotels are closed. So everybody decide to stay at home and eat at home, then it is more likely to shut the shop and let people go. The people who have been hired by these industries are left on the road. So there is a multiplier effect to this extent. Most unemployment created today, it has created a lot of impacts on the jobs. A lot of companies are turning down their employees. They're removing their employees, saying bye to them, or asking them to work on a 50% more. All this has created a lot of problems. If you look at the employment created today in both developing and developed nations, it remains largely visible in the form of contractual jobs, and with many jobs being created in the gig economy segment. For example, we have this Uber, Ola, Swiggy, Uber Eats, all that. It's a segment of gig economy, and a pandemic crisis shutting down the restaurants, movie theaters, and imposing sanctions on the mobility of people. They have rendered many people jobless and with no alternative source of income in their hand. Friends, if you look at the less consumer spending is already hitting, people are not going out, we are not spending money. Whatever money that we used to spend for all these things is now being not spent by the people. So that is there. So what could be the worst context, like the US, in a context like US, where the cost of medical equipment and testing for treatment is not free, because people have to pay for their treatment. Whereas we are lucky enough, at least the Indian government, the state governments are treating all the COVID patients at the cost of the government. So this is another thing. Now, how does one think of responding to an economic shock like COVID? So there are many things in this. I was trying to look at why the national agency for health is required. People are suggesting, several countries are trying to suggest to set up a national health facility so that the treatment of COVID-19 patients becomes very accurate. It is given on time. So such a suggestion is being made, but in the Indian context, with the existing facilities, we have been able to address. We have been very effectively addressed in a very short period of time. We have been able to do it and provide a good health treatment and benefits to the people who have been affected by COVID-19. If you look at the IMF chief economist, we have Mrs. Geeta Gopinathan, who also argues that households and business hit by supply disruptions and the drop in demand could be targeted to receive cash transfers, wage subsidies, and tax relief, and helping people to meet their needs and business to stay afloat. So if you look at the initiatives in Italy, lot of deadlines have been created, given to companies. There is a tax deadlines have been extended, broadened, wage supplementation has been done. Lot of such things have been done in other countries. If you look at the initiatives done in Indian context, we have been listening to the announcements made by the finance minister, announcements made by the honorable the prime minister of the country, basically towards self-reliant India campaign. Under the self-reliant India campaign, I would like to throw a little more a light onto what measures have been suggested to address the impact of COVID-19. If you look at the announcements made by the honorable finance minister of the country to strengthen agriculture, infrastructure, logistics, capacity building, governance and administrative reforms, for agriculture, fisheries, food processing sectors has been very, very useful, and they will come handy to these sectors to cope up, from the shock. So if you look at the announcements made in the Indian context, rupees 1 lakh crore agri infrastructure fund to farmgate infrastructure for the farmers have been announced. 10,000 crore scheme for formalization of micro enterprises has been made in this country. Rupees 20,000 crores for the fishermen through the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana has been made. There has been a special program for addressing the animal diseases that's called as National Animal Disease Control Program. Setting up of the Animal Husbandry Infrastructure Development Fund with an allocation of 15,000 crores has been announced. And if you look at the promotion of herbal cultivation in India, an outlay of 4,000 crores has been given. And if you look at the beekeeping initiatives to promote beekeeping, I was other day watching a small clipping in the WhatsApp that I received from a friend from Punjab, and he says bee cultivation, beekeeping has lot of relevance with regard to COVID-19. And we also have this tomato, onion, and potato under Greens campaign. So they have been allocated with 500 crores of rupees. These 8 are the financial measures that have been announced. Apart from this, the government of India has also announced, is also trying to bring certain measures to have governance and administrative reforms for the agriculture sector. And then they're trying to amend the Essential Commodities Act to enable better price realization for the farmers. Agricultural marketing reforms to provide marketing choices to farmer and agricultural produce price quality and assurance to the consumers. So these are some of the programs that have been declared. I was trying to talk about this. Yesterday there was one TV program we had. We were trying to address and provide this information to the farmers and also the farmers institutions. So this will generate a lot of opportunities for the farmers. This will bring in lot of support mechanism to the people in different sectors, basically agriculture and allied sectors. So there have been 2 significant agriculture related measures that have been announced, and that support to the farmers to the tune of 30 crores. It's an additional emergency working capital facility that has been extended to the farming communities through NABARDS. This will help and enable the rural banks and cooperative banks to extend additional farm loans for the Rabi post-harvest and also for the Kharif expenses. The second was a mission mode drive to enable 2 lakh crore credit boost to the farmer sector by giving 2.5 crore additional PM Kisan beneficiaries under Kisan Credit Card Scheme, latest by 2020 December. This has been a great measure to support these sectors. And if you look at the millennium, minimum support price, for the purchases of, different crops, an amount of rupees 74,300 crores has been allocated for the under Kisan fund, and about 18,700 crores is also being provided. If you look at the Prime Minister's Fasal Bima Yojana, so people can claim, farmers can claim a payment of 6,400 crores has been made, an additional provision in the company. So what I'm trying to say here is the impact that has been brought about by COVID need to be, addressed in different measures. If you look at the fisheries sector is one of the most important sector that brings a lot of, benefit to the farmers or fishermen who are involved in this. The fisheries sector, all COVID-related announcements made on 24th of March for the fisheries sector have been implemented, and further registration of 242 registered SIMP hatcheries, and also this Naupli, rearing hatcheries, which are being, extended for next 3 months, and operations marine capture fisheries, and also the aquaculture is relaxed to cover even the inland fisheries. Means lot of such measures have been done in the sector. If you look at the agriculture infrastructure fund, this is also, financing facility to the tune of 100 crores, and this basically addresses the development of infrastructure at the farm gate, at the aggregation points. This can be taken up by the primary agricultural cooperatives, farmer producer companies, and also the agricultural entrepreneurships, and also even the startups in the sector of agriculture. This will provide an impetus for the development of farm gate and also segregation points and affordable, financially viable post-harvest management infrastructure. This fund will be created very immediately in the days to come. For the formalization of the micro food enterprises, about 10,000 crores fund has been given. The scheme promoting the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, vocal for local with global outreach. This is a very interesting saying, and this will be launched with the help about 2 lakh, micro food enterprises in the country in the days to come. So, lot of such programs have been announced by the government in the sector. If you look at the Operations Greens, which is being run by the Ministry of Food Processing and Processing Industry, this will be extended from tomatoes, onion, and potato to all fruits and vegetables, because fruits and vegetables have a lot of vulnerability to the basically to the spoilage. So under this scheme, about 50% subsidy will be given for transportation to bring the excess material from the excess markets to deficit markets. 50% subsidy will be given on storage, on cold storage, and this will help the farmers to realize better price in the Indian context. 2-3 important aspects I would like to share and then close my talk. Basically, if you look at the amendments that have been made to the Commodities Act, this is basically has been done to help the farmer to realize better prices. The government is now in the process of amending the Essential Commodities Act. Agriculture foodstuffs, basically the ones that include cereals, edible oils, oilseeds, pulses, onions, potato, will be deregulated from the law. It means the stock limits will be imposed under very exceptional circumstances. For example, if there is a national calamity, if there is a famine, only under such circumstances, to curb the surge in the prices, they will impose limitations. Otherwise, there will be no limitations on the storage part of it. So there will be no such stock limits. It is also applicable to processors, people who are in the chain of value addition. So it is based on their installed capacity, and also based on their export orders, the limits will be fixed for them. The second important amendment will be for agriculture marketing reforms. So this will provide market choices to the farmers in India. Basically, they are now in the process of formulating a central law that will provide adequate choices to the farmers to sell their produce at a remunerative prices in the markets where he or she would like to sell the produce. And also there will be a barrier-free interstate trade. No barrier, no hitches in transporting and selling their produce across the states. And now a framework for e-trading for agricultural produce will also be prepared by the government. And the last, the agricultural produce pricing and quality assurance. This is one of the most important aspects. Government is now in the process of finalizing a facilitative legal framework. A facilitative legal framework to enable the farmers to engage with the processors, with the aggregators, with the large retailers, exporters, so that the lot of transparency is brought into the system. Risk mitigation for the farmers, assured returns to the farmers, and also quality standards in form of an integral framework will be brought under the agricultural produce pricing and quality assurance schemes. So like this, Government of India has brought out several reforms to address the impacts caused by the COVID-19. So before I conclude, I once again thank the organizers for providing me an opportunity to share a few of my ideas with all of you. And I hope I have tried to bring certain relevant information on the table, and wish to see you again, and thank you very much. And I conclude my keynote address, and I thank the organizers for this opportunity. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
I wish to extend my deep sense of appreciation for your enlightening and thought-provoking informative presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your time and knowledge with us. If you have received any queries from the participants, sir, will you request to clarify some of them from your chat box? If anyone has queries, you can ask with the
people can also ask questions.
Zoom group chat.
There's no questions.
Anyone have queries? Dear participants, do you have any queries? So we'll start the next session within 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So all the participants are requested to mute your audio and hide your video. There is a disturbance. Now I would like to hand over the session to Dr. Rajeshwari M. Chetta.
Honorable keynote speaker, respected resource persons, and distinguished delegates. I am Dr. Rajeshwar Shettar, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce. It gives me an immense pleasure to invite the resource person, Sanganna Abannavar, from United States of America to this first technical session. A very warm welcome you, sir, on behalf of our college. Sir will be discussing the valid information on the topic challenges and opportunities for healthcare and the pharmaceutical industries. It's my privilege to introduce the resource person. Sanganna Abannavar has blossomed as an engineer from National Institute of Technology, Karnataka in the year 1988 to 1992. He is serving as an Associate Director, Enterprise Integration at Biogen. Sanganna Abannavar is an architecture and solutions delivery leader who creates strategic alliances with organization leaders and business. He has more than 20 years of IT experience. He is extending his helping hands for healthcare, banking, manufacturing, and technology companies. Effectively address business needs through sound architecture, design, and cost-effective technology solutions. He has specialized in IT strategy aligned with business strategy. Sanganna Abannavar is a master in data management, business strategy, technology solutions, data governance, records management, and technology solutions delivery. He is building, leading, mentoring, and managing cross-functional teams, design and development of service-oriented architecture. Sanganna Abannavar has served in various capacities in different companies, like Vice President, Senior Architect, Bank of America from August 2010 to January 2013. Associate Director, Enterprise Integration, Biogen from June 2016 till today. Senior Architect, Enterprise, Dell Service from January 2012 to June 2016. With this brief introduction, now I would like to invite Sanganna Abannavar to put some light on the topic challenges and opportunities for healthcare and the pharmaceutical industries in this first technical session.
Thank you, Dr. Shettar. I hope you guys can hear me. Good. All right. Thank you, Dr. Shettar again. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the folks that have joined to this online conference today. Many thanks to the organizing committee of Sri Purkadli Ajja Women's College and for giving me the opportunity to speak. Today's topic is on the COVID-19 challenges and opportunities to the healthcare and pharmaceutical industry. So I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully you can see it. The host, I'm getting a response saying host a disabled participant screen sharing. So you should allow me to. I'm going to try one more time. Yeah, could someone allow me to share the screen, please? Yeah, it's working. All right, should be able to see my screen. Okay. So again, as I said, today's topic is the COVID-19 challenges and opportunities for healthcare and pharmaceutical industry. Just a quick disclaimer, which I wanted to present. The views that are expressed in this presentation are those of the presenter, do not reflect the official policy or position held by the presenter, that's me. Any content provided is obtained from the public sources. For example, I think there are a lot of leading research and consulting organizations like Bain and Company, McKinsey, Morgan Stanley, and many others. So with that, let's get into the specifics. So I'm going to be using my cursor to kind of explain some of the details. So hopefully you'll be able to see them. If you look at it as of today, COVID-19 has changed the world. I think it was also pointed out by Dr. Alor in the keynote. We have lost close to 350,000 lives to this pandemic. And that is a very sad story as of today. At the same time, the pandemic is also reshaping the industry and landscape in unprecedented ways. So I'm going to be talking about this uncertainty that COVID-19 has created, going through this particular chart or the table that I have, right? On the left-hand side, what you see is the minimal impact. On the right-hand side is the maximum impact. So the uncertainty can be anywhere between the minimum and the maximum on the right-hand side. If you look at the dimension that is you see in the middle, is what that is influencing it. So the stability in the economy or in the overall impact can be anywhere between 3 to 5 months as a minimum that we are seeing it right now. And we're already into it. We are into 3 to 5 months, into three to 5 months now. If in the event there are the issues continue, it could happen that this can become a full-blown pandemic running into 18 plus months. That's the extent of duration. So nature of the response coming from the government to the COVID-19, the governments coordinate very well and then responding to this particular event. On the other hand, it's a very ad hoc, uncoordinated response resulting into significant impact. It's going to be a short shock to the economic recovery. It may be, a short contraction. On the other hand, it could end up becoming a protracted contraction and a depression, impacting many more years to come. And then I'm just focusing on the pharma company, as I said, is limited and primarily impact of the driven by the pharma companies, particularly decision for the supply chain and so on, and there's heavy disruption, and then the de-risking driven by the governments. And then the return to normalcy is very quick. On the other hand, the disruptive fundamental shift to the choices. This could be, response to the health and care seeking. So tweaks to optimize existing business model. That means there's a small impact that you have to the business model, but you have to really revise or maybe remodel your whole business to address the pandemic situation. So I just want to give this context before I go to the next slide. So there are two areas, as I said, pharmaceutical and healthcare. Pharmaceutical is mostly related with the drug discovery and delivery. Healthcare is about the delivery of the healthcare services to the patients. That means the hospitals and doctors delivering care to the patients. So they are related, but they're not the same. So in the pharmaceutical industry, the challenge that you see in the US alone, right, 72% of the active pharmaceutical ingredients are foreign sourced. This was pointed out in the beginning by Dr. Alor in the keynote about the possible impact of this particular APIs. This is expected to be a short-term challenge. Out of 72%, about 13% of them of the APIs are imported from China, and there are about 18 to 19% of them are imported from India. And the second one is the vaccine is urgently needed, but development takes time. So I just want to spend a brief time because I'll be referring to this clinical trials stage quite a bit into the next slide as well. So when we are doing a drug development, either it's a vaccine or any kind of drug to a specific, like in cancer treatment, initially it goes through the lab studies in terms of establishing the science, that's called as preclinical. Then they go to the human safety, they test them on the human beings in a phase 1. They go to the next level called as phase 2. They expand the testing and make sure that the safety is well tolerated. And finally, efficacy is tested on the larger population. If you see, it starts with a few weeks in the clinical trial, going all the way to the several years of time that need to be spent to make sure that you're able to produce the right level of drug for market to or the patients to consume. So imagine this is a particular one. This is a challenge for the pharmaceutical industry. Vaccine is urgently needed, but it takes time because of these the steps that are involved. And then if you look at the another impact of this clinical trial, in-flight clinical trial, there may be a trial going in the cancer-related drug discovery. And if you see, in the Wuhan, according to the U.S. clinical trials database, clinicaltrials.gov, closer to 500 trials are conducted just in the city of Wuhan. And this is the very location where the virus originated. And stoppages could happen anywhere from patients' enrollment challenges, patient dropping out of the trials because of the situation created by COVID-19, or and then the non-compliance with the study protocols that are established before you engage into the study itself. So, what are the financial and economic impact? See, as I said, the APIs, the ingredients, supply chain, to create a resilience, you may end up kind of reorganizing your supply chain, and that can create financial and economic impact to some. Reduced funding because of the fact you were focusing on the priorities, and then the early stage biotech companies may diminish in the initial stage, and also may impact the contract research organizations because of the lack of funding. Disruption in clinical trials, which I spoke about because of the patient enrollment challenges, and also they're dropping out. Physicians not available or investigators not available during this period. This can into sizable financial loss. For example, some of these stages, particularly in the later stages of the trials, these can run into hundreds of millions of dollars depending on the size of the drug that we're trying to launch. And this could be, a biggest impact to any of the companies. Finally, the delay in the product launches can also be a challenge because of the fact that if you decide to, say, cancel one of the trial stages and come back to the subsequent stages, or restart one of the clinical trials, any time that you lose is also results into delay in the product changes. Product launches. Again, lastly, I think is not all vaccine candidates become successful, right? So you may start off with 100 candidates. What you may come up with is about 10 of them could be successful, but the investment goes into all 100 of them, and the financial dollars that have been that get spent on the remaining 90 of them is very hard for companies to recoup. So that's why this industry takes its pride in terms of the research and discovery. At the same time, drugs are expensive. So the next topic is on the opportunities that we see in the space, right? This has been the public and private partnerships, particularly in the vaccine development. U.S. Government itself has announced that this is one of them. They're going to invest about $1.2 billion to secure the potential coronavirus vaccine from AstraZeneca and Oxford University. This is one of the deals. There are many of them happening in parallel. So this is basically they're going to stockpile the vaccines that are in the development phase. They're not launched yet, but they're going to keep it ready. As soon as they are approved, they can release it to the market. On the other hand, it could happen that they may not be able to release if that becomes unsuccessful. But there's a high possibility that these are successful candidates, in a matter of like a year or so. The other one is on the World Health Organization. The Pandemic Product Development Committee recommends targeting incremental spending of closer to $1 billion per year for the next 15 years so that they can deal with these infectious diseases going forward. And finally, on the development of appropriate the PPEs, that's the personal protective equipments, point of care diagnostics, and novel therapeutic agents, and then the vaccines and constructs that are quickly brought to scale. So this is again going to create significant opportunities for a pharma industry. And they have to do research, they have to test them, they have to make it available for regulatory approval, and finally launch them into the market. So if you, just give me 1 second. So if you look at the right-hand side table that I have, the process I think that's being recommended by the Bain company is, first focus on protecting your industry. So bottom line, I think at this time is, you need to figure out how do you engage your customers. That is you need to have digital doctor engagement approaches, patient engagement in therapies, right? So you need to kind of focus on that in a manner wherein digitalization of this engagement enables you to successfully engage them. And then the again, go-to-market used to be not that much digitized, but I think that you can see right now the recommendation is focus on the digital distribution. And finally, organization is in terms of the virtually distributed enterprise. I work from home. Most of our folks work from home. We work for a biotech company, but at the same time, this is one of the situations that helps companies to focus on protecting their immediate needs. And then the next phase is to focus on the recovery in terms of making sure that you're optimizing your global operations so that you're resilient for the next phases of the cycle. And the innovation is extremely important to adapt yourself to the changing situation. And then finally, retool yourself in terms of I spoke about the APIs, that is the pharmaceutical ingredients. So supply chain is not impacted. You have to think through how are you going to address this new world so that your supply chain is not being impacted if there's a pandemic situation, it goes for a longer period of time or maybe reoccurs over a period of time. Digitalization of the manufacturing is also digitalization. It's in terms of your lean, and then because the fact that the people have to be on the floor, on the manufacturing floor, to develop these drug products, and then you have to make sure that it is people-light, and then it is quite a bit of that is digitalized. So going to the next topic. Slides move, yes, okay. COVID-19 in the healthcare industry. This, as I said, this is the delivery of the services to the patients by hospitals and doctors. If you see that these doctors and hospitals have to assess and expand the supply and care capacity, which is adding new beds to address the situation created by the COVID-19, and you may need new PPEs to make sure that you're able to treat the patients correctly, and then also you have to adapt the delivery care models. Reason being is the clinical protocols are established based on certain data, right? They know how to treat a cancer patient, they know how to treat a flu patient, but they did not know how to treat a COVID-19, and they had to establish the procedures, and it takes time, money, and investment, and this is the challenge they face today. And at the same time, they have to provide the guidance to the non-COVID-19 healthcare situation. That includes, example is the elective procedures people have to conduct, like a knee surgery, hip surgery, any of them. The recommendation was to kind of not to invest in that at this time. So financial impact, I'm going to focus on the right-hand side. before I get into the some words around this. If you see that the pre-COVID performance is an optimal level for this hospitals and the healthcare systems. So what happens is that because of the elective cares and then volume decline, and then they had to spend money or the resources on the COVID-19, their revenues are going to fall down. And that's what you see in the phase 2 of the this graph. And then it's going to recover a bit after the COVID-19 stabilizes. And then eventually it's going to come back up, once the situation is much more stable, and then you recapture the elective procedures that are important for the revenue creation. So one example, before I go on to I'm probably running out of time, maybe about 3-4 minutes before to switch over. If you look at the financial impact to the healthcare providers itself is, according to Bain & Company, the latest survey, 40% of providers, which is the hospitals and doctors, they expect that their compensation is going to go down by about 40% between May and July of this year, due to the fact that they are focusing on the COVID-19 and they're not focusing on the elective cares, and that's where they make the most of the revenues. Healthcare industry opportunities. The telemedicine is becoming a new popular approach for an online and offline integration, and it is getting accelerated quite quickly. It started with China. We see that in US as well. And then the second one is the delivery of the telemedicine is basically you're using the online resources to make sure that you're able to reach out to the patient and then provide guidance to the patient how they can be treated. You may be using your iPhone or an Android phone and using in live chat to diagnose the patient's symptoms and then provide care for the patients. So this is an evolving industry in this case. And then the other area I think is the delivery of elective care in dedicated facilities, accelerated transition to the ambulatory care. That means your day surgeries. You need to do a knee surgery. You go in, you go out, because in the same day. It helps the patient to not worry about getting contraction, getting the COVID-19 or similar kind of infectious diseases by staying longer in the hospitals. So this is becoming a new trend. And then if you look at this CAGR for this is about 5.6% over the next 7 to 10 years. So economic recovery, I think, if you look at this, is a four sections of this diagram or table that I have here. And then so I'll start off with the first y-axis is the talks about the if you go to the bottom one, it's the whether the economy will contract or expand, and the x-axis is the time. So these are related. So the top quadrant corresponding to the how the economy is going to react is on the bottom quadrant. So New Hope, I'm going to spend a little bit, maybe about 2-3 minutes before I close this. So New Hope is wherein the it's a sharp contraction or a short disruption, and it brings normalcy very quickly to the markets. And then in this scenario, I think we have seen this telecommunication companies in the 1990s responding to the regulatory reforms, and then they were able to quickly respond back and thrive. So the next one is the Brave New World. In this scenario, there's going to be expansion to the new players, new investment, and then that's why you see that it takes a little bit of time to respond to that. And then, however, the economic curve that you see is it responds back with initial contraction into the expansion again. And then the same old, but not completely, is a scenario where in the it's a sharp contraction that you see again, and then at the same time, it's a rapid economic activity. It looks largely similar to what it has been. And the last one I think I'm going to talk about is the balkanization. It's the geopolitical term for the process of fragmentation or division of a region or a state into smaller regions, which are often hostile to each other, and they do not cooperate. So this is where most of the worry should be, where in the there's a lot of focus that happens on the government in terms of the nationalization. It has happened before, and then they're applying some quotas. There were some of the references, the keynote that we saw in the keynote, price controls. This can result into anti-globalization issues, resulting in a sharp contraction and then being there for a very, very long period of time. And this is where probably we need to worry a lot. So I'm going to hurry up and then close the last slide, and then the can open up for the discussion. All right, closing thoughts. The first quarter of GDP data released by the end of April in the US already confirms that we're in recession. Per Morgan Stanley, which is one of the leading financial consulting firm in the US, we expect a shorter downturn, but it's going to be probably much shorter than the global financial crisis. But look, at the same time, we have to think about what is the coronavirus going to do. Is it going to be a full-blown pandemic, or is it going to be done by the June, July timeframe, August timeframe, and we are into recovery? Again, if you look at the 5 stages, right, you need to resolve the immediate needs that are created by the COVID-19 challenges, which is your workforce, your customers, and then become resilient in terms of addressing the initial short-term cash management challenges, and then the return to create a detailed plan so that you're able to address quickly post-COVID-19 challenges, and then reimagine what's the post-COVID-19 is going to be and prepare for this now, and then reform your organization, responding to the regulatory and competitive environments. And again, as is, the uncertain path to a new normal is known, because nobody can predict when this is going to end, but organizations will reinvent, they'll create a safe world and exploit the economic opportunities. Again, after every big storm, we always see bright days follow. Stay safe and healthy. With that, I would like to thank again the organizing committee of Sri Hurukadleja team, and then thanks for the opportunity. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. All right, so I see one there. I think, in your opinion, how to address non-COVID healthcare? Because due to COVID, it has made. This is a very good question. It's true, it has impacted the non-COVID healthcare scenarios. I briefly touched on 2 topics. One of them is the telemedicine. This is working well. In fact, we have had 2 calls in our own family wherein we did receive the diagnosis to the request for the doctors. I mean, the doctor was able to call us. We were able to talk to the doctor on the phone, and then they were able to look at some symptoms, take pictures, and they were able to address them via the phone call. That is called as telemedicine. So that's one of the best approaches, particularly when they're not emergency situations. And there can be other situations where it requires engagement directly with the patient. For example, is the surgeries, right? Example is the hip surgeries or knee surgeries, any of those non-emergency. At the same time, they need to be attended. So the concept of the ambulatory services, that means these are very, very sophisticated units, which allow you to check in, and then on the same day they treat you and they check you out. So that means they have significant amount of research done, and the protocols have been developed, and they're able to respond to this in a manner wherein this is going to be not a serious threat from situations like pandemic COVID-19. You basically separate out the main hospitals which do the services for COVID-19 like situations with the ambulatory kind of situations. So with that, I think probably I'm assuming, yeah, I think that I don't see any other questions. There is one more, I think there's 2 more minutes. I think do you talk about pharma and healthcare industry were prepared for the pandemic, given that we faced SARS? I did not comprehend this well. If you would like to talk about, do you think pharma and healthcare industry were prepared? Oh, that's correct. So, were they prepared for this pandemic, given the situation of SARS? And yes, I understand the question now. I think they were not. So at this time, I think we did see this, particularly the response particularly from the healthcare industry. They did take time, even up till recently, whether we should wear a mask or we should not wear a mask, right? They were kind of challenging those protocols. And then is it going to spread through the air, or is it not going to spread through the air? And then what kind of an engagement, or maybe the situations like wherein how close a patient should be to the healthy patient before the other healthy patient gets exposure to that COVID virus. So all of these were not fully thought through in terms of the how to respond to such situations. Even though we faced SARS, I think what happened is SARS was very limited in terms of the amount of impact that created. And then so this is going to be a big learning for both pharma as well as the healthcare industries. And then they're going to learn a lot. And then there's going to be a lot of investment in research and protocol development that's going to happen. I do expect this is probably the last one that we face to this depth, and then things are going to be much better. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable information and enlightening the subject, challenges and opportunities for healthcare and pharmaceutical industry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dear delegates, if you have any questions, queries, delegates?
Hello, madam. Hello.
Yeah, yes, we can hear you. The question for us?
Yes, sir. Actually, I just sent this message. Actually, what is your comment on use of this SCQ, sir? Because we are hearing some concerns about that. So, what is your say on it, sir?
Is it about hydrochloroquine you're talking about?
Yes, exactly, sir. Exactly.
Right. So, first of all, I'm not a doctor, so I don't want to become a doctor and then present something. But I'm going to just look at the research that has been done by the various reputable organizations on the hydrochloroquine. What is understood is that again, I said, I'm not a doctor. What is understood from this research organization is we did not see any evidence of improvement of COVID-19 patients when they took hydrochloroquine. And this has been the numerous organizations in France, as well as in the United States. That has been the conclusion. So I do not take my word, but at the same time, consult the right research organizations that can be, providing recommendations on this.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. Was there any question on the vaccine? Latest, when can we have the vaccine for COVID-19? Again, I briefly touched on this a little bit, which is so far the promising vaccines have been in the phase 1 of the chart that you see. So they have reached the phase 2, and then they have to go through phase 3 as well, and then approval. So what we see is this, I think, is we're probably at least about 1 year from now, that's where we're going to see it, because of what the organizations worry about is how effective this vaccine is going to be, and then do they have any side effects? So unless they prove it out, and then they have empirical evidence to show it to the people, and then file paperwork to the FDAs or any of these regulatory agencies, and then this is not going to be approved very quickly. And then imagine this: what people worry about, or the industries, or maybe this pharma industry worry about, is they create a medicine or vaccine, they dose millions of folks, and the side effects start showing up after a few months, which can be much more deadlier than without having the vaccine itself. So that is called as the adverse events of taking a medicine or a vaccine. So they worry about these things. That's why the time it takes to make sure that they're able to respond to such respond to FDA requirements or any of the regulatory requirements, to make sure that proper testing has gone through, results have been provided, there are no side effects or no known side effect that is going to stop us from using the vaccine, and the efficacy or maybe the effectiveness of that vaccine is so good that it is going to be, when the patients are, or maybe the human beings are exposed to the virus, they do not get impacted. So we're probably about a year away, I think, at least. That's my perspective.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I went past by about a couple of minutes. Yeah.
For answering the delegate's question and query.
Thank you. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
Now I request Dr. Anita Kadpatti Madam to continue the session.
What we have in love. In person,
Good morning. I'm Dr. Anita Kadpatti. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Shobha Nagnur. Dr. Shobha Nagnur, Professor and Head, Department of Extension and Communication Management, College of Rural Home Science, University of Agricultural Science, Dharwad. She did her BSc and MSc from University of Agricultural Science, Bangalore, PhD from University of Agricultural Science from Dharwad. She had experience of 24 years in teaching, research, and extension. Worked in the areas of women in agriculture, empowerment of women in rural areas, documentation of indigenous knowledge, development of multimedia kits for educating rural women. She got awards for Chaudhary Devi Lal Outstanding ARCRP Award in 2003, Poster Awards, Best Photography Awards, Best Research Paper Presentation Awards. Her publications are 50 scientific papers, 80 popular articles in UGC Rapid Journals, and wrote 4 books. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is a brief introduction of Madam Shobha Nagnod, Madam. Now, I request to Madam to speak on socio-economic implications of COVID-19 on COVID. Madam, please.
A very good morning to everybody. Good morning to those people who are on this side of the globe and those who are joining from the other side of the globe, like the US. A very good afternoon and good evening to all of you. Today, my topic, as has already been discussed, is socio-economic implications of women in agriculture. Sorry, of women of COVID-19 on women in general. Since I always deal with women in agriculture, I have been talking about women in agriculture. So we all know that COVID has affected women across the globe. It has affected every individual on this earth and in every sphere, from health to education to economy to security and to social protection. And this effect has been more pronounced on women because historically women have played the dual roles of both production and reproduction. When we say production work, it is women have been working, earning money, and that is what has been quantified and monetized are called as the production roles, whereas the reproduction roles are the child bearing and the child caring, and the family responsibilities, we consider it under the reproductive roles. So these two roles women have been playing historically since ages. And so whatever effect the COVID is going to happen, is going to have an effect on, it will be double the effect of what it has had on men. But what effect it is going to happen, the nature and degree of that effect or the implications of COVID-19 on different women will have different effects, and it may vary from country to country. What effect it has had in the US or in the Latin American countries or European countries may differ from what it is happening in India. And within India, what is in Maharashtra or what is in Karnataka or Tamil Nadu or Bihar or Rajasthan may be different. So there is different strata of the society where women are from the higher class and for the lower class. What has it has affected women of the higher class in that they may not have, they may be missing their malls and shopping and their beauty parlors. But the same thing when you take as from the lower society, it is the question of their livelihood and they do not have even food to eat. Similarly, based on their level of education, those who are highly educated or better off in educational levels, maybe they have the options of working from home, whereas those who have less education do not have that option. Then the problems in rural areas are different from that of urban areas. In rural areas, I have conducted a study on how women have been coping up during the lockdown and the strategies. The urban area women are quite comfortable, though they find that work pressure has increased doing all the work. But the same way, in fact, the rural women are more comfortable than the urban women where work is concerned and where food is concerned. Then for different age groups, the problems are again different. For a girl child who is going to school, it may be different. For an adolescent girl who has to help her mother with the work, the problems are different. For a mother with young children is different. And for the older women who need care, the problems are different. Again, it may vary with the employment status and so on and so forth. So we can, if we go on discussing like this, we can discuss over length about each category of them. But since I have been given limited time, I have decided to restrict myself to where women have been affected the most. The first one I will be taking is on the economic role of the paid work. The other one is the caregiving work. And the third one will be domestic violence and abuse. So here I have put some pictures of the economic role of what women or the paid work is being done. They get wages or they get salaries or they earn money through these. The pictures are showing some people in their doing cottage industries work, some owning petty shops. Then you have the large masses in Indian agriculture, where most of them are agriculture laborers. Then among the educated classes, we see girls working in call centers, and there is a woman, maybe she's an IT professional who is working from home. So these are the different economic roles women will be playing. Then the next one is the caregiving role or the unpaid work. What I called as reproductive work is nothing but caregiving role. Since ages, women have been doing this caregiving role, and it is said that a study has shown that women do more unpaid work and domestic work than women in any other country except Kazakhstan. So that is the only country that is worse off than us. So, and women have disproportionately borne the household responsibilities. Maybe in normal times also, women are working 3 times more than that of men. Here we see pictures of women who are simultaneously cooking, taking care of the newborn baby, feeding the child, or you see adolescent girls who are cooking, who may in all probability have quit school and started cooking and helping their parents, doing household work. And you have a picture here of an old woman needing care. In India, most of the care is taken care of in the house. Most of the aged, they are not institutionalized as in foreign countries, and the caregiving for the elderly will depend mostly on the women of the family. Then the third important issue is domestic violence and abuse, which is women are bearing the brunt of the man. This we have seen that it has increased considerably during this lockdown period. And how these implications are going to be on these 3 issues, that is the economic role, the caregiving role, and the domestic violence, are the 3 issues I am going to deal with today. And first we will come to the economic implications. First of all, women have lost employment. Many women, especially in the low paid and the smaller jobs, have lost their employment. Maybe they are working in garment factories, maybe they are working in small factories and small enterprises, or they have their own work. Here we are seeing women with no work and waiting for some work for them. They may be selling roadside things and such things. And women are also earning less. This is since ages, women are earning less. For the same job that a man and a woman will do, women will earn less than the man, because they will classify the women as unskilled laborers and the man's work as skilled laborers. For example, since I worked a lot in the field of agriculture, I could give you the example of the weeding activity of a woman. It is considered a unskilled job, though she's sitting in a squatting position, though she's having back-breaking position she's sitting on, and it's very discomfortful for them to be in that position. So for the same work, if a man does the weeding, he is given more money, whereas a woman is given less. And anyway, they will classify it as unskilled work. Naturally, when their earnings are less, their savings are less, because it's almost a hand-to-mouth existence. And most of it, they are spending on the welfare of the family, and they are not saving any money. So during COVID, it has become difficult for them to manage because they do not have savings. And as have you seen in most of the pictures here, most of the jobs are in the informal sector or the unorganized sector, where women do not have many facilities that those people who have in the organized sector. Maybe it is a pension or the provident fund and such other paid maternity leave. And their jobs in the unorganized sector or the informal sector are insecure. That means they do not have the security of their jobs. They can be hired or fired at any time at the whims and fancies of their employers. So these are the economic implications. That means their earnings are less, their savings are less, they do not have money to fall back upon. Their jobs they must have lost. When they go back to their jobs, they may or may not have the jobs because the companies or the enterprises are also under losses. So what can be done regarding these things? Now we can say that we should ensure that there is equal pay for equal work. Though the government under the MNREGA program says that there will be equal pay for equal work, we have seen that yet women get only 78% of the work money that is given to the men. Maybe because they will give them the jobs which are considered unskilled and pay more to the men, saying that they are skilled jobs. So we should ensure that there is equal pay for equal work, and the social protection schemes should be extended to the informal sectors. Social protection schemes, as I said, those who are in organized sectors where there are labor unions, they have provident funds, they have health insurance, they have paid sick and maternity leave, pension, unemployment benefits. Very often we see that in the informal sector, if they go on maternity leave and when they come back, they may not have their jobs. That is, the insecurity of the job is also there. So these social protection schemes should be extended to the informal sector. Then we suggest that more cash should be put in the hands of women. Now during the COVID and the lockdown period, we saw that the central government was putting money into the zero balance accounts of all the women holding such accounts. The same amount was also put to the man. But I have seen personally that if 500 rupees has been put to the woman, she has immediately gone and purchased grocery and ration for the family, whereas the men were waiting to get that 500 rupees to recharge their mobiles. They were recharging their mobiles and they wanted even 2 GB and 3 GB because they say they don't have any work and they need to watch the mobile. So if you put more cash in the hands of women, then definitely they will spend it more on the well-being or the food and health care of the children and the family members. Then there are many women-owned enterprises. Government can think of reducing the tax burden. Small initiatives like just waiving out the electricity bill will work out for them, because in any way they do not have production at that time. What the government has done is deferred the payments or installments of their loans, but they have not waived away the interest. They need to waive away of the interest only, if not the loans at least. Then another important thing is you strengthen the microfinance and women's self-help groups. Women's self-help groups in the country have done a wonderful job in the area of women empowerment. What started as a small thing in Bangladesh by Muhammad Yunus, it soon came to India, and it is doing very well in the country, and more so in South India, where women get together, they form their own groups. They call them as thrift groups, where they pool in their money, their weekly contributions, and they take the money when they are in need of it. So women need money for both consumption purposes and for production purposes. In Bangladesh, it started for the production purposes, but later on, women have been taking this money. It is like a revolving fund among themselves. They loan it at low rates of interest, and whatever interest is charged is also again distributed among the women. We have microfinance groups or women self-help groups formed by the state government, what they call as the Stree Shakti groups. Then we have them in the those formed by the NGOs, and there are so many other self-help groups which are formed just in an informal manner in the villages, which may not even be registered. So in every village you go, you might get 10 to 15 self-help groups, and these self-help groups have been of great help to them, especially during this COVID times, when they have got money from within the groups. And I also know of some of the NGOs who have come forward to give loans to these women without any collateral, so that they can use the money and repay it with minimum rate of interest. So strengthening these microfinance groups and self-help groups is very important during these COVID times. They have kept them they have kept the private money lenders at bay, and they have been self-reliant. These women have been self-reliant. Another thing we can do is promote self-employment. Self-employment is one. You can have a micro enterprise, a woman who can have her own enterprise so that she need not depend on an employer who may fire her or who may employ her at her whims and fancies. So she can be her own master if self-employment is promoted. So these are what we can do on the economic front. Then next we go to the caregivers. What are the implications of COVID on these caregivers? As I told you earlier also, women are working 3 times more than men. Some studies in agriculture have shown that a woman works even more than a pair of bullocks in some mountainous regions where women have to go up and down to collect the water, to collect firewood. We see that they work even more than a pair of bullocks. So you can just imagine how much a woman is working. And during COVID, this gender division of labor has further increased because the whole family is at home, the children are at home, their husband is at home, they have to take full care, and there are demands. As you know, women, Indian women like to please their children, like to please their husbands with cooking food and taking care of the children. So definitely the labor division of labor has increased. Then we have the absence of maids and caregivers for the elderly. There used to be maids who were coming in. The lockdown created a situation where movements were restricted. All maids stopped coming in. The burden further increased on women. And another important thing we should remember is that caregiving for the elderly in our country is mostly at home, and it is not institutionalized like in other countries. So to give care to the elderly at home, there are a set of persons who come in the morning to bathe the elderly and all. All these people stopped coming, and definitely this increased the burden on the woman. I know a case where a woman had to go every morning to bathe her mother-in-law who was staying with her daughter, who is also aged and who could not do that job. She had to go there in spite of taking care of her own family. She had to go there. She had to do the job of the paid caregiver, also cook for that family and come back again to take care. So it has doubled or tripled or 4 times of what they have already been doing. And then even when there is work from home options, it is very difficult to do so when there is no child care support. Here the picture will show you how a woman is sitting with a computer. Maybe she is working from home. When she's working from home, if both the couple are working from home and there are babies at home and there is no child care support, there are no daycare centers, there are no creches, there are no schools, it's going to be very difficult for the woman to work by simultaneously taking care of the child. And in rural areas especially, or in urban slums, adolescent girls are anyway not very keen on higher education, but they are taking education, going to schools, maybe high schools. But during COVID times, when problems have increased, the schools are also not there. They have been helping their mothers in taking care of the household work and taking care of the younger siblings and all the family members. And maybe she will lose touch with the subject. And like in the metropolitan cities or bigger cities who are having online classes, I'm sure girls from slums and rural areas do not have the provision of online classes, and they may in all probability drop out from schools because of this COVID. Now, what can be done in this area is that we can exempt the paid caregivers from lockdown restrictions. Like I told you, there were people who were coming home to take care of the elderly and the aged. So they can be considered as essential services, give them passes to see that they are not under these lockdown restrictions for movement, and they can come and do their jobs safely, of course, with all the care that needs to be taken. Like you maintain the social distancing, you wear masks, or you wash your hands, you use sanitizers. With all those, I think some of the caregivers could have been given passes, and they should not have been under all the lockdown restrictions. Then Another thing we can do is to reduce the working times without cutting the salary of the people. Or you can have flexi times. If somebody is working from 3 to morning 8 to evening 4, maybe they can come in at 10 o'clock and go in at 6 o'clock. So that flexibility should be there in the timings so that they can finish their household work, taking care of the home members, and maybe a few hours of less work without actually cutting their salaries. Then expanding the childcare support for working parents by providing safe and accessible services for essential workers. Essential workers are the nurses, essential workers are the ASHA workers, essential workers are the supervisors and the Anganwadi workers in the villages. If they are considered as essential workers and they have to go out to work, who is going to take care of their children and their family members? So the child care support, maybe they could have in their institution itself where they can leave their babies in safe hands and go for their works. And then another important thing which has stopped during this period is we have this Akshar Daso's scheme of the school feeding programs. All of it has stopped completely. As it is in rural areas and in urban slums, many children go to school for that 1 square meal they are getting, and even that is not there. And in times of COVID, when financial situation is very bad and they are not in a position to buy food, this would have been of great help. So instead of actually feeding and cooking the children, maybe the ration kits could be prepared either for distribution to the houses or to the children's homes, or for them to come and collect. Of course, in scattered areas, these have been done. I know of some schools, maybe the Basil Mission School in Dharwad, they in fact called the parents and distributed kits to them. So this is another option of how you can keep the life going by giving them ration kits. Then at this, during this time of COVID, when we have to be, when our immune system has to be strong, so we should take care of sufficient and affordable water, sanitation, good and clean drinking water, hygienic facilities, especially for people in the urban slums and rural areas. So these are some of the suggestions that we can make for the caregiving aspects of women. Now I will come to the third aspect, which I consider is much more important than the first two roles. Those two roles you can manage somehow, but with domestic violence and abuse, this is a more serious role than more serious implication that lockdown is having on women than the economic or the caregiving roles. Even in normal times, we see that every third woman is being abused, and this is not restricted only to our country or to any particular state or any strata of society. The high society women are also subjected to physical abuse. The low people from low strata also, whether it is a developed country or a developing economy, there has been no difference in where domestic violence and abuse of women is considered. So the National Commission for Women has recorded a twofold increase in gender-based violence across the country during April. So March 23rd, we had our lockdown. So almost March was no lockdown period. Compared to March, in April, the complaints of violence has increased. And this, you should remember that only 1% of the abuse in our country is reported, 99%. So if you think that 1% only has doubled, then you can imagine how humongous the number of people are who have been affected by domestic violence and abuse during the COVID times. So what are the implications here? First of all, this is happening because of loss of livelihood among men. It is causing stress among the men. There is no availability of alcohol or drugs in case they are taking drugs. At least they would have their alcohol and go to sleep. Now they don't have their alcohol. Maybe their withdrawal symptoms are creating these problems. They don't know where to vent their anger or frustration, and it all comes onto the women, and physical abuse takes place. And this situation is such that due to isolation and restricted movements, both the abuser and the abused are now trapped in the confinements of their homes. Within the four walls, they are both trapped. A woman cannot go out and complain to anybody, or because of those restricted movements. The houses are very small, they are cramped spaces, and all of the whole family is in a 1 or 2 roomed house. They are getting on each other's nerves. The men are venting out their anger on the women. And even if a woman wants to complain, she cannot do that because being a small house, the woman and monitoring her phone calls, whether she's complaining to parents, whether she's complaining to police. So even that she cannot do. And during this time, earlier times, when the man started beating the woman, at least she could run out of her house and enter some neighbor's house or some safe place, her parents' house, her friends' houses. Even that she cannot, because people are scared of the COVID. They will not allow her to even enter their houses. And there are lockdown restrictions where she cannot go out of the house. So this has created a situation where physical abuse has increased. Now, what can be done regarding this? Another important thing is that the first responders, earlier women used to go either to the police or to the health workers. Now their priorities have changed. The police are more into law enforcement to see that people follow the lockdown restrictions rather than give importance to complaints of the women. And similarly with the health workers, the ASHA workers or the other health workers are more into trying to contain the pandemic COVID-19 rather than listen to what women are going through. And the judiciary in any way is working less hours than it used to be. All these problems are compounding the effect of COVID-19 on sexual abuse. So how can we tackle this? First of all, we can designate toll-free helpline numbers for women to report abuse. This is there in some of the metropolitan cities like Bangalore and all, where they have these free helpline numbers for women and for children to report abuse. And these can be popularized in the rural areas and even in the slums. Then to integrate preventive efforts and services to respond to violence against women. To deter men from being violent on women, we can say that if the cases that are being filed, the FIRs that have been filed there, if conviction happens and punishment is given in a short period of time, then that can deter men thinking that it is not, they could be given punishment for that. That can deter them from being abusive. Then to designate certain domestic violence shelters and expand the capacities by utilizing hotels, educational institutions. We all know that for quarantine purposes, all hotels have been taken over by the government, hostels have been taken over by the government, educational institutions, government hostels, all of them have been taken. And if we need to domestic violence shelters also for women to come and stay in those shelters at government costs. These are already there. We have the state government women and child welfare departments. We do have these, but at this time of COVID, when the cases are more women need help, we can have it. Then we can designate safe places for women to report abuse like grocery stores and pharmacies. These have been done in some of the Latin American countries where women cannot talk to the men directly. They will go and they will pretend that they are buying groceries, and there they will they can report it. Those designated grocery shops or milk booths or pharmacies where women can go and at least tell that something is happening to them and that they need the help. And then to step up advocacy and awareness campaigns through mass media. So through mass media, awareness can be created for the men, to sensitize the men, and also to make women aware of their rights and the toll-free numbers and whom to approach, how to approach in cases of violence, and to also declare protection and assistance for victims of gender-based violence as essential services. This has been done in Spain and Portugal. I am telling you, this abuse of women is not confined only to the developing countries. It is there in developed countries and European countries, America, everywhere it is there. So this has been done in Spain and Portugal, where they have designated these also as essential services, and they are readily and easily available to the women who are abused. Then the police force. The police force, as I already mentioned, are more into enforcing the lockdown restrictions, the law enforcement part, but they should be sensitized that this problem of women reporting abuse is equally important, and the police force also should be sensitized regarding this matter. So to conclude my discussion today, COVID-19 on women, we can have gender responsive economic and social policies which should be designed and implemented with a gender lens, keeping women's lives at the heart of the pandemic response and recovery plans. So whatever recovery plans and response plans are being planned, then we should keep in mind the women and have a gender lens view of it. And during planning and even designing and implementing, all women, women's groups, individual women should be considered, because only they can contribute and they can tell from their point of view. So I hope my discussion on this important topic of how that is the socio-economic implications has affected women during this COVID times. Thank you all. And I thank the organizers for giving me this chance for me to share my views on the socio-economic implications. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much, madam. Please, delegates, if you have any queries, ask directly to madam or put the questions queries in the chat box. Please, delegates.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
This is Dr. M.D. Patil from ma'am, your colleague, College of Agriculture, Jaipur.
Okay.
Had a wonderful discussion on implications on women. I just wanted to know, we had a lot of concerns because of COVID-19 on women. If in your opinion, there are some very, thumbs up positives which impacted women during this COVID-19. Any such points where they got positive implications because of COVID?
Yeah, I conducted a study, and it was mainly on urban women. So many of them have reported positive effects, like they have got family time. Every day, everybody was in a hurry to go to the office. So they say that's the one of the greatest advantages. That, of course, this happened during the first period of lockdown. Maybe by the third or fourth lockdown, they were not in such a good mood. But in the first period of lockdown, they were very happy to be spending time at home with family matters. They were spending time on gardening. They were spending time on so many other things, doing things together. Women were cooking and feeding their children. They, in fact, maybe they are the privileged few who are doing very well off. And I also conducted a study, and we saw that rural people are not facing as many problems as that. In the cities, people were worried about their availability of vegetables, their groceries, but that was not there in the rural areas, because they, in any way, they had stored food, they had vegetables from their farms or their kitchen gardens. Then it has helped the environment that everybody has been talking of. We see peacocks on the roads, we see snakes on the roads, and there are many birds and all. So those, from the environment point of view also, it has been helpful. And but generally, my study, what I have conducted a survey on students has shown that girl students have reported that they are taking part in many household works. So they, across all the farm universities, 4,900 students responded, out of which most of the girls have said that the household work they have been doing. So irrespective of what the strata of society you are, your educational background, by virtue of your sex and your gender, you are having to do more work. And that I told you is the caregiving work has been the responsibility. Some do it grudgingly, but most Indian women do it willingly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, anybody have again questions? Please, delegates. Okay, madam. Thank you. Thank you very much, madam, for your a very informative session, madam. How it is the COVID-19, how it is affected in different parts of the country on different category of the women. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next session, next technical session is on challenges on job market. By Dr. B.N. Arvind Kumar. Dr. B.N. Arvind Kumar.
Why? She's talking something.
Chat box ಹಾಕೋನೆ no sound ಅಂತ
ನಾನು ಇದು ಹಾಟ್ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ ಮುಗಿತಿತ್ತದ ಒಂದು 40 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮುಗಿದ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್
hear you. Please unmute.
Again, it was really wonderful session explanation regarding family.
His nature of work is 24 years in teaching experience.
She's unmuted.
Staff advisor for cultural and fine arts. So, as a placement coordinator of the Agri University, so as a placement coordinator of UAS Dharwad, conducted more than 75 companies interview since 2017. 2017.
Hello.
23 off-campus interviews. About 105 students were 105 students were recruited in various corporate companies, including MNCs in the field of agriculture in 2018 and 19. As an alumni relation officer, he was responsible to organize the Mega Alumni Get Together Grand 2020 to scale up the image of university. More than 1,800 alumni of UAS Dharwad participated in 2 days event, 29th February and 1st March 2020. This event highly appreciates the national level. These publications are more than 75 high-rated papers published in high impact factor of journal. He guided students,
the subject you
3 PhD students, 9 MSc Agri students, advised 15 students to secure successfully admission with scholarship. As a course coordinator for artificial intelligence and robotic in agriculture, presently coordinating graduate agriculture.
unlimited actually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I invite you to speak on
Suddenly
challenges on job market. Please.
Morning, everybody. First and foremost, thanks to the organizers for inviting me to deliver a lecture in one-day international virtual conference on the economic and financial implications of COVID-19, organized by Department of Economics and Commerce, Women's College. And I am also delighted to speak to all the audience on issue concerning to challenges on job market.
Host, can you please enable the screen sharing?
So now you can share your presentation.
Please continue, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank
So, what was the impact of lockdown? Before we begin to talk about challenges on job market. Because of lockdown, economic activities are shut down. Production and supply of goods and services are disrupted, which in turn resulted in economic units, closing of economic units. People lost jobs and also wages. People do not venture out to purchase goods and services. Reduced consumption, overall demand also falls, and thereby leading to convergence of decline of demand and supply. So let's look into a story of Aladdin, tale that goes like trapped inside a dark cave. Aladdin chances upon an old and rusty lamp and manages to release the genie held captive in the lamp. And it was this otherwise chaotic world and brought forth peace and prosperity. An analogy can be drawn from Aladdin's tale to entrepreneurship in today's world. With Aladdin as the entrepreneurial employee and COVID-19 as the dark cave, magic lamp is the organizational tool. The genie is the surreal spirit present within the employees and can be brought to life through the right use of. In essence, it is employer's imperative to provide the right tools and the freedom for the employee to experiment and inculcate the spirit of entrepreneurship within the organization. And entrepreneurship is destined to make a lasting difference in these two. So look at the impact of COVID on the jobs and businesses in India. The employment rate fell considerably, all-time low, as low as 38.2% March 2020. And urban unemployment rate also fell down to 30.9%. approximately 31%, and total number of jobs impacted in India as per National Sample Survey and Periodic Labor Force Survey, it fell down to, I would say, reduced to 136 million. The number of businesses that will see moderate to large negative impact in the next 6 months, as per the Village Stores Watson survey, 57% potential job loss in the Indian tourism and hospitality industry, which is 70% of the total workforce as far as this industry is concerned. As for FICCI, 30 million the estimated losses in the aviation sector in the first quarter of 2020-21. According to the Center of Asia Pacific Aviation, India, which the loss estimated was 27,000. In fact, the number of workers in the informal economy worldwide, nearly half of the global workforce of 3.3 billion who face immediate danger of loss. Then what are the opportunities? So before we go into the glittering side of the question mark, there needs to understand. So when the going gets unpredictable, ones who are change agile get going. That's stated by Navneet Chika, Godfrey Phillips India Limited, Delhi. This is very apt in today's case because the business is changing very fast. Will you adapt or be left behind? So this is as per the Harvard Business School review. So there are many options available, but how are you well fit into these aspects? The rise and fall, they are all linked to skill and hard work. But now we can add a new trait, coronavirus. On the global scene, it has entered or it has altered the economies and budgets of the nations and individuals worldwide. Then the lockdown effects, the impact of lockdown in India or elsewhere in the world. So it has resulted in wiping out of startups which have newly come into the scene in the last 2 or 3 years, bringing small and small scale businesses to the cusp of collapse, and showing widespread unemployment and salary cuts. So this is a very pathetic situation. You can think of people who are not underemployed, but those who are already in regular employment in the corporate or any companies or even in small businesses. They are losing their daily life, altering the workplace and the lives of millions of employees. So these are the pathetic or the effects of lockdown that we can see or we have experienced so far for the last 70 days. Now let's, if we consider the impact of virus on various jobs or industries. So it is not uniform in all the sectors. So here is a table which indicates the most worst affected and the survived industry. Is 6,000 occurred or incurred, which amounted to rupees 8,500 crores. And most of aviation companies offered leave without pay, and rejuvenation of this industry may attract several measures like tax exemption, paying of rent, then salaries and charges and whatever these things also need to be used. Then the travel and tourism. This is the first industry to get banned and last to get opened. A very important industry as far as the livelihood of people is concerned. All modes of transport are closed because of lockdown effect. And 9.2% of the GDP is contributed by this sector, tourism sector. And when the tourism was closed down, about 4 crores people were jobless, not only on account of COVID-19, but also on account of cancellation of tours, which accounts to 60% tourists. The only way out is to cut the GST on tourism-based activities. Interestingly, the tourism sector demands high attention like sanitization, medical facility, insurance, and various related issues concerning hygiene. So this is another effect which impact of COVID-19 on this particular sector, where many people lived on their livelihood. Then comes the automobile industry, which contributes about 7.1% of GDP and about 8.3% of GDP in terms of spare parts, and about 4 crore people are engaged in this industry. And the foreign direct investment, the share is about 25% of the spare parts are directly imported from China. So there is a so we need to be self-dependent in producing those, acquiring raw material for this industry. So there is a lot of this. Hitherto, we have not experienced the impact of COVID. After the impact was there, these are the industries, even manufacturing, industrial sector, they were also on. Then survived over the information communication technology. They are doing well, of course, because people need to get connected because of the social distancing matters. With wireless or mobile applications, people connected. Then healthcare and medical supplies, of course, which is the prior or predominant sector which gets importance in the pandemic COVID. Then e-commerce and online retail, they are getting into business, not much affected compared to, and logistics and transportation and even agriculture. So they have received so many feedbacks from fertilizer companies. The production and distribution of fertilizer, sales of fertilizer gone up by 20 to 23%. Quite a promising figure, and agriculture is going to flourish again because of many migrants have come back to their home, and they may be having their lands in their native villages where they can engage themselves in. Then the COVID-19 crisis will be a catalyst to unprecedented changes in every industry, and every industry will be forced to reform and restructure in order to transform new realities. So what are the greatest challenges that the corporate world has? What industries need to, what kind of production activity or what kind of going to do? Challenges that freshers, when they go into the jobs, lack of guidance is one thing, and learning quickly, quick ability to grasp the things and get hands-on and with things. And accepting the work is also very important. Then making acquaintance with the existing situations, then trying to impress. So these are certain things which are really based on soft skills, motivational kind of things. Then using the right words, how to communicate well. That is also very important. Here, the quantity matters much more than quality. No matter whatever the degree you have, but freshers, as a fresher, one should have skill-based training and should also develop quality in terms of working. And what happens, like the industry doesn't recognize formal degrees, but they depend on the job skills. So this is very apt and this is very important in the post-COVID era. The one who is well equipped with job skills will be given. Then learning of corporate essentials is unavailable in a cost-effective way. So this needs to be, there is a trade-off. One should think direction. So academic syllabus as well as the corporate needs need to be abridged properly. So, for example, the inclusion of industry curriculum, industrial kind of training into academic curriculum. So this will solve the problem of work of employees, corporate sector, company. Then fundamental dilemma is to follow the college study and books or practical lives. This is what I said in the point number 2. There should be a match, perfect match between industry needs and the academic. So then only we can think of full potential of skilled workers, enhancing the productivity of. The gap is so huge that candidates are unable to figure out the right path of career development. So this is another thing wherein we need to invite people from industry or people from sectors to educate our students or freshers regarding these things for the development of particular sector. Then employment trends post COVID-19, that is the working from home, digital adoption, then realigning policies and processes will greatly help companies post COVID era, which I will throw some light on these aspects. The following 3 factors. One is these factors are very important for transformation of agility, planning and execution, and the digital transformation, very important, and work from home culture. Work from home culture is even now different with these terms. The agility, planning and execution. So agility will be the single biggest reason why some organizations will tide over this crisis. The agile organizations will use early insights, realign their policies and processes, and train their organization workforce to focus on customer care. So this is one important where transformation can be brought into. Then digital transformation regarding the products and services should be aimed at creating holistic capabilities to leverage the possibilities and opportunities that new digital age technology presents. This will enable to serve the customers better and evolve the business. It will not be about the technology adoption, but about evolution of business models, including products, processes, and services. It will be about exploring the canvas of opportunities presented by cloud, big data management, analytics, AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, then IoT, Internet of Things, and other emerging realities that are shaping the new wave of customer behavior. The end goals of business continuity and profitability, stakeholders' value, and customer satisfaction in this transformation. Then about work from home culture, it will also play a defining role. It has a potential to stop the crisis of COVID and is an industry worth trillions of dollars. In many cases, it's priceless to elaborate. Before I elaborate, stop this. In case of work from home culture, the reducing seat cost by employers. So there is a term by name, seat cost. Seat cost by employers. Otherwise, companies will now have invested on the seat cost arising from the office rent, electricity, and other facilities created for employees. Because everyone believed that output was only possible in an office environment. The pandemic, COVID pandemic shattered this mental block. Now people have started realizing that working from home, but only the important requirement is the discipline. in place an important role as far as work from home is concerned. The social distancing, they said, at the heart of the work from home is social distancing, being the foundational preventive tool for every country to limit the exposure and spread of the deadly pandemic. This alone can save the spread of the virus and help keep a check on the health of every individual organization and the world economy. Travel time, on an average, every working person travels for about 2 hours from home to work and back. Working from home can save every employee 600 hours of travel time. In a year, translating into 25 days of travel, saving money, energy. As far as occupancy is concerned, every company, big or small, can potentially save 50% and above of office occupancy, rental, lease cost by allowing a sizable chunk of the support. Then the last one, P, pollution. Apart from being a leading source of greenhouse emissions, daily commuting through road and rail transportation is responsible for over 30% of the particulate emissions, so killing millions of people every year due to respiratory, investing billions of dollars of rupees in health care. So these are some of the things related to work from home culture. And recent survey indicated that work from home has resulted in enhanced productivity levels as far as any job is considered, which can be other than the physical. Then other areas where digital payments, cloud computing, content development, then healthcare. These are also very essential, and healthcare is going to be number one or prominent sector where going to gain more of job opportunities or employment opportunities. Then these are certain areas, as I said earlier, cyber security, e-commerce, online education. Education is going to be cheaper when it is online. Then logistics, transport, or any kind of logistics life. Then robotics, application of robotics in everyday life, to avoid physical touch of physical contact of human beings. So these are being thought of by most of the companies, and are going to gain more of employment in the near future, and people or job seekers should get ready themselves equipped with the skills required for these kind of things. So the other thing is about 93% of the MBAs and engineering graduates come every year out. So they are unemployable owing to lack of connect between what they are taught in the colleges and industry requirements. I said earlier, so this needs to be given a rethink as far as the designing of the syllabus or designing of academic curricula. And the fact has been highlighted in the latest higher education report by FICCI and Ernst & Young, taken from this source. And about 2% of India's workforce is considered, even after being armed with university degrees, overwhelming majority of engineering graduates are deemed unemployed. What's India? What are the factors working behind for employability? So one is ability to apply the concepts learned, state of the economy. The location factor also decides the employability. So the need for urban employment and the need for rural employment, they differ variably or considerably. Then communication skills and managerial. So for this, special training needs to be undergone by the job seekers to get better wages, better salaries. As far as agriculture is considered, from where my domain is, the Indian agriculture sector is a major concern, and with new technologies, it will be the best way forward as far as the technologies are concerned. So there needs to be a convergence of the technology with the academic curricula of agriculture. For example, artificial intelligence, through development of any kind of automated versions of irrigation system, weed control system, pesticide management system, fertilizer application. So management of crops are going to be done by artificial intelligence near future. In another 5 or 6 years, this is going to be a major game player in agriculture. Already we have seen mobile applications and drone for various crop protection aspects. And of all these, big data management is also very important. So big data analytics, gathering data from various sources to capture idea and make it synthesize into one single idea for all-time applications. Major thing that Indian agriculture is doing. So at the end, I just want to say, Carpe Diem is a Latin phrase. That means seize the day. For example, the principle of Carpe Diem suggests that if there is an event that you have been dreaming of attending, and you have an excellent opportunity to do so now, then you should go, instead of finding excuses to postpone. So whatever you think early, present, post-day, post-COVID era, that is going to pay you a lot. So be equipped to it. Thank you so much. Thank you, organizers, for giving me opportunity to express my feelings by synthesizing certain technologies, means information available on technologies for job employment, job opportunities, as well as the challenges of the job market. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Which is spoke on challenges on job market, which consists especially on aviation, travel, tourism, construction, real estate, automobile, manufacturing, agriculture, etc. It's a very nice session, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Delegates, please, anybody have the questions, queries? Ask our questions on chat box, sir. Please, delegates.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Hello.
Sir, this is Siddhing Reddy from Gulbarga.
Yes.
Sir, whether the centrally sponsored scheme, that is MGNREGA, whether it is positively impacted on the level of employment during lockdown, especially for migrant laborers?
Yeah, migrant laborers to some extent, but because of the social distancing and other kind of things that have interrupted the type of work or the kind of migration that was in pause. So now I think government is taking all the measures to re-employ them and give better wages as per the restrictions that government policies have.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Anybody have the questions? Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Next session is going on.
Thank you so much.
I invite Dr. Girijai Abhannavar to start the next session. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome and introduce Good afternoon, everybody. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome and introduce the resource person of technical session 4, Dr. K.C. Gumgoldman. Dr. Gumgoldman is an agricultural economist, specialization in agricultural marketing and supply chain management. He served in the University of Agricultural Sciences, Dharwad, and National Institute of Agricultural Marketing, Jaipur. He has involved himself in consultancy, research in agricultural fields, capacity building and teaching agribusiness management students and various ICAR funded projects. Sir has conducted several training programs for the benefit of farmers and also contributed in the preparation of agricultural marketing master plan for Royal Government of Bhutan. He has authorized more than 50 research papers and published in national and international reputed journals. At present, Dr. Gumgoldman is serving as a director in the National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management, Hyderabad. Once again, I welcome you, sir, and share your approach on impact of COVID-19 on supply chain management. Thank you, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. And at the very outset, I'd like to thank organizers for giving me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. This is an apt time to speak about the economic and financial implications of COVID-19 because the whole world is suffering from this virus. I'm going to speak about impact of this COVID on supply chain management on agriculture. I have divided topics into 3 parts. The first, we will try to understand what is supply chain management in agriculture, models available, then what are the problems faced by the farmers in supply chain management and way forward. So this is how I am going to go with. I want to share the PPT. Well, friends, the big question is what is supply chain in agriculture? You know, it's a fancy word in industry and manufacturing sector. But in agriculture, in simple terms, supply chain management, it refers to the management of the entire set of production, distribution, and marketing process that deliver competitive goods to the consumers. So a typical supply chain in agriculture means starting from sowing until the produce reaches to the consumer. So the current supply chain in India is fragmented and it is inefficient because of large proportion of small and marginal farmers. So the actors in supply chain management are farmers, then consolidators, the village aggregators whom we call, trader, then it goes to commission agent, wholesaler, retailer, and consumer. This is a common supply chain management which is existing in India. So because of this high number of intermediaries, if you see the value chain scenario, this is a study conducted by NIAM in Himachal Pradesh for Apple. Now, if you see the graph here, very interesting things you can find out. Now, farmer is getting less than trader. So after making so much of effort and growing the apple crop, now he is getting less than the trader. So the whole margin, adds up and consumer is paying very high. So only 1/3 of the what consumer pays is farmer is receiving. Now in one more graph, I have explained few of the items here of supply chain management. Now if farm gate price is around 100 rupees, consumer is paying less in the case of milk, because in milk, there is a organized supply chain through cooperatives and other private players are also contributing for this. So that's why consumer is paying less. But if you see the situation of fish and fruits and vegetables, which are perishables, their consumer is paying very high. Now, I don't say that, middlemen should not be there, but they should not take undue advantage of supply chain. So they are taking away high margin. Now the question is how to empower the farmers not to take undue advantage of traders or wholesaler or whatever actors are there in the supply chain. Now the question is why we need efficient agri supply chain. So this is a scenario. So we are wasting so much of agriculture produce post production. So we call it as a post harvest losses. As per the ICAR estimates, around 20% of fruits and vegetables we are losing after production, which is equivalent to UK's one-day consumption. There are huge losses of food grains as well as other commodities. In food grains around 7 to 8% post-harvest losses are. So this is a scenario, and we need an organized supply chain for preventing these post-harvest losses. Huge post-harvest losses are there. Every year, I think we are losing around 90,000 crores in the form of post-harvest losses, which is a huge sum. So every grain saved is every grain produced. So that saying is, it holds good to Indian agriculture. Now, coming to who are the actors in the supply chain management and what are the components of supply chain management, that we'll understand. Now, as a part of procurement and sourcing, in the first chain, we have farmers, then a group of farmers in the form of farmer cooperatives, producer organizations, and then collection centers. So these are the procurement sources for supply chain management. Now, to have a efficient logistic management, we need transportation, we need material management, we need warehousing, we need logistics and networking modeling. Now, in India, what is happening is there is no specialized transportation for agriculture produce. So that's why, as earlier I said, post-harvest losses are very huge. Now, material management or inventory management, our poor farmers, they don't know, because the marketable surplus is so low, he is desperate to sell the commodity as soon as it is produced. So that is the situation. Now, warehousing is a means for storage of food grain, but nevertheless, warehousing network is not up to the mark compared to the output which you are producing. So there also we need an improvement. Individual farmer may not be able to store the commodities. Again, we should go back to the farmer producer organization, go for a collective operation and utilize the services of warehousing. Then logistic and network modeling, of course, in the era of IT, some modern technology, they are coming for logistics and network modeling. So this is a good sign for Indian agriculture. Now, the third component in supply chain management is organizational management. Here, few of the components, they matter a lot. Contacts of traders or farmers, then strategic partnerships, partnership with farmer as well as trader, then vertical integration. Vertical integration here means farmer should go for value addition, processing and packaging, branding kinds of things. Now, the fourth component in supply chain management is electronic management of flow. Nowadays, we are talking about e-commerce, e-NAM, and networking of APMCs through electronic media. So these are some of the examples of this electronic management of flow of commodities. Then streaming the entire distribution chain. Now there is no streaming of entire distribution chain. Somebody is producing, lot of villages, they are gathering at the APMC and trader is selling somewhere else. So there is no organized supply chain management in Indian agriculture. For that, we can leverage, revolutions or whatever findings are there in information technology. Through that, we can disseminate the information and see that streaming the entire distribution chain is in an organized manner. Like one example is Amul. So they have got a streaming entire distribution chain. So under single umbrella, if supply chain management is managed, then we can overcome the problems of Indian agriculture. So that's why the solution, one of the solution is modern market with electronic auction, then link to the processor, then link to the exporter, then links to the wholesale marketer for domestic marketing, then backed up by cold storage and other storage structures. So these are essential things which Indian agriculture needs for a organized supply chain management. In fact, all these components, they are there in the modern terminal market. One of the model which I will explain in the next slides. Now, we need a tool for supply chain management. List is endless, but some important ones I'm going to discuss here. In the beginning, I told that we can leverage the farmer producer organization. The new generation cooperatives and producer companies, they need to be strengthened and they need to be equipped with the technology, information, all those things, so that we can leverage the farmer producer organization for better supply chain management. Now, strategic partnering and vertical alliances to cement the suitable partnership throughout the supply chain means farmer producer organization can have a alliance with processing companies, contract farming companies, retail chain linkages. So these are some of the actors in the supply chain with whom they can have an alliance and try to get a better price, as well as have an organized supply chain. Nowadays, market information tools, it has become more important because you need an advanced market analysis. You can apply some econometric analysis, give the trend to the farmer, at what time, what is the price or the trend of the commodities, so that farmers can take a decision when to market and how to market his produce. And ultimately, the goal is to get him a better price. So these are some of the supply chain management tools. The other tools includes national and international product and packing standards. See, once we have to enter the export market, means we need to be competitive. We need to be in conformity with the quality of international standards. For that, farmer need to follow good agriculture practices, hazard analysis and critical control point, and total quality management. So these are the things where farmer needs an awareness. And presently, given the size of the holding, farmers are unable to adopt these practices. But nevertheless, there is a way out to ensure these quality measurements through group approach and farmer producer organization. One more important thing in the international market is traceability, to certify the quality of the products, because a lot of countries, they insist on sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and they also insist on traceability. So product is traced until the production point. So that system is there in Europe and Western countries. So this will ensure the transparency in the flow of goods throughout the supply chain. Then the other thing is improved logistics systems using information and communication tools to boost the quality and management and standardization. So a lot of softwares nowadays they have come. So a lot of ideas are there through which our logistics systems can be improved. Then another important component is use of crates, pallets, packing material, specialized transport for agri-produce. This should be international standard so that we will become a competitive actors in the international scenario. Now coming to why we need an organized supply chain is, there is a shift in the trend. Now consumer purchasing power has increased. Now middle and higher middle class people, they are ready to pay for a quality food. So that's why we need to produce in tune with the market. So earlier what used to happen is farmer used to produce first and then think of marketing. No, now the era is know the market and then produce, and that too according to the specifications required by the consumers. So for this capacity building of the farmers, their awareness level are important components. So they should understand who are their end consumers and what they exactly need quality produce. So these are few of the things wherein shifting of trend is very essential as far as having a organized supply chain management. Now, if you see the present situation, even today, there is a dual phase of agri-food markets. Now, in the present era of retail chain linkage, on the left side of the screen, you can see how in an organized manner they have packed and they are maintaining the quality and hygiene of the product. On the right side of the screen, a typical traditional market wherein on the roadside, beneath the tree, and in an unhygienic condition, they are marketing their produce. So we need to change this dual phase of agri-food market because consumer wants a safe food and quality food. So we need to be in conformity with the requirement of the consumer. Then only we can survive in the supply chain of agriculture produce. Now, as far as transportation is concerned, you can see on the left side of the screen, traditional mango transportation till today it is practiced. Okay, but we need a improvised transportation system where transportation will be scientific, and there will be a minimum post-harvest losses of the agri produce. Now, as far as packing is concerned, you can see here on the left side we are seeing the traditional packing system, which is not accepted in international market. In international market, you should go for a modern packing system which are in conformity with the hygienic condition and sanitary and phytosanitary conditions. So traditional versus innovative. So we need to become an innovative in the packaging system also, so that our product is accepted in the international market. Now, enhancing the position and integration in the chain, this becomes very important. So initially I talked about vertical integration, means farmers should also participate in processing. Now with a given small marketable surplus, farmer may not be able to participate in the processing activities, but nevertheless, farmer producer, sizable farmer producer organization can be formed, and farmer is made to participate up the value chain so that he will realize the higher income. The other option is horizontal integration, means at present the marketable surplus is very low. So in that case, to bring the scale economy, you can aggregate the farmers and market in collectively, so that the bargaining power of the farmer will increase, and of course the price commanded by him will go up. So that's how we can increase the farmers' income through this organized supply chain, that is vertical integration and horizontal integration as well. Now coming to why this integrated supply network for agri produce is required. Initially I told there is a global competition, especially with the onset of COVID. This problem can be converted into an opportunity, because India has got comparative advantage in production of many commodities where we can leverage for export market. Then consumers are well informed and they are powerful. Their purchasing power is very high and they are well informed, not like in the previous days. Then customers' expectations are high. In the beginning, I told that they are quality conscious. They want a safe food, because from food security, certain section of the population, it is moving towards nutritional security. The major problem in agriculture produce is shorter product life cycle. So in order to increase the shelf life of the agriculture produce, we need to resort for cold chain management, other storage activities, so that life cycle of the agriculture produce is increased. Say for example, there is one technology called IQF, individually quick frozen technology. So that can be used. The shelf life is something like 6 months to 1 year. So even in off season also you can get the produce. Then new and low cost distribution channels. Now with the advent of ICT, we can resort for linear programming, wherein covering a minimum distance and modern transportation. So that will reduce the cost. And so also scale of the produce is also matters for lowering the cost. Once the scale is high, transaction cost they comes down, and the low cost distribution and channels can be developed. Then internet and e-business strategies. Nowadays everybody is well versed about e-commerce. So these things can be leveraged for marketing of agriculture produce. So the main supply chain drivers are inventory, transportation, information, money, and facilities. So ultimately our aim is to increase the income of the farmers in several ways. So these are some of the supply chain drivers which we can think of in agriculture sector. Now, what are the alternatives that are already existing? Some models are existing. We did not anticipate COVID impact, but nevertheless, some innovative models of supply chain management, they evolved over a period of time. So few of them I will quote here. Direct marketing, marketing through farmer interest groups, then setting up of terminal markets. What terminal market is, I'll explain you the concept in the next slide. Then virtual trading, which is called as forward and futures market. There also farmers can realize the higher income. E-commerce is there, already have discussed it. Setting up of mega markets, then promotion of farmer producer organization, then promotion of retail chain linkage. One more issue is the contract farming. So contract farming, though it is debatable, but certain set of conditions, certain commodities, it is successful. Some of the major successful examples are from Karnataka only, as far as contract farming is concerned. Now, what is this contract farming? Let us understand. This is an arrangement between the buyers and seller, frequently at predetermined price. Why this contract farming is required? Because it mainly addressed the crying needs of the farmers. The crying needs of the problems of the Indian farmer is fragmented holdings, long chain of market intermediaries. Then major crucial point is producer ignorance about the buyer's requirement. Once the contract farming company is there, it comes up with a certain set of consumers, and it will have a backward integration as well as forward integration. In terms of backward integration, they will give you the quality inputs, and in terms of forward integration, they will buy the produce at a predetermined price. So farmer need not worry about the marketing of his produce and the fluctuations in of the prices in the market. So ultimately, this contract farming leads to scale economy, then corporate management, reduce the transaction cost, and probably we can introduce vertical integration also. So mainly processors, retail chain linkage players, and big traders, they venture into contract farming. A lot of states, they have amended this act in agriculture marketing reforms to allow the contract farming firms to buy the produce from the buy directly produce from the farmers. So this is one of the solution, one of the best solution I can say. It is not a sole solution for supply chain management. Likewise, if you talk of direct marketing or farmers market, best example is Raitu Bazaars in Andhra Pradesh. On the self-help group mode, they promoted a lot of self-help groups in Andhra Pradesh. These self-help group members, they are trained how to display the produce, how to grade the produce, how to clean the produce, and they are given a space where they can market the produce, and the entire thing is controlled by the nodal officer appointed from horticulture department in a district. So the price signals from various markets they will get, and they will keep the wholesale price 10% lesser than the wholesale price and 10% higher than the retail price. So that's how the farmers are benefiting, because they are avoiding many intermediaries in the chain. So this is how this has been a successful example. Unfortunately, in Karnataka, Raita Sante concept could not take off. But in Andhra Pradesh, a lot of success has been achieved as far as Raitu Bazaars is concerned. So this is one way of reducing the actors in the supply chain management. Now, initially I talked about this terminal market. Terminal market is a state-of-art complex wherein there is a facility for electronic auction, processor is linked, exporter is linked, wholesale trader is linked, retail chains, any kind of a purchaser is linked to this market. At main market, there are storage facilities, all state-of-art facility infrastructures are there. Now, this terminal market is conveniently located in a metro city, and this is linked to the collection centers. Collection centers are located at a production potential pockets. So these collection centers, in turn, they are linked to the farmer producer organization. So this is a part of a backward linkage. Now, as a part of forward linkage, the terminal market arranges for sale of produce to processor, exporters, wholesalers, traders, retail chain actors. So this is how the concept was devised in the year 2005. Only Safal market could come up as a terminal market. In rest of the markets, due to systemic problems, this concept could not take off. But now it is an apt time. Government can invest on terminal market and help the farmers in maintaining the organized supply chain. So all the activities are controlled in a single umbrella. That is the advantage of this terminal market. Now, the other model of supply chain management is intervention by mother dairy. So mother dairy has got a backward linkage with producer organizations like Safal market in Bangalore. So they are procuring the produce from the farmers, and they have got their own retail stores. As of now, Bangalore, Jaipur, and Delhi, they have got retail stores. So they are reducing the actors in the supply chain and giving better price to the farmers, as well as they are giving produce at a reasonable price to the consumer. So this is a win-win situation. So under COVID condition, probably this will work better. And more so, central government has brought a new Agriculture Marketing Reforms Act, wherein there is no restriction for now selling of produce by the farmers, either by the either purchase of the produce from the traders. So this sort of policy decisions will help such retail chain actors. So they are also into processing of agriculture commodities. Previously, I told about individually quick frozen products. So this is one example where they are going for a IQ of technology in case of peas, then corn, and mixed vegetables. So the part of income earned from this processing is transferred to the farmers. So that is a merit of this model to the farmers. So they are realizing the higher income, those who are linked to this Safal market. Then there are fresh food retail chains, starting from Reliance, and now so many actors, they are venturing into this retail chains. Basically, these retail chain actors, they will have a contact with small farmers, and they will support them in some of the inputs as well. Not all companies, very few of them they are supporting. Otherwise, they have set up collection center and they will purchase it from the farmers. So directly they are sourcing these fruits and vegetables from the farmers. and in turn they are sold in the retail chain. So here also, commission agents, traders, and retailers, they are also their role is minimized, and farmers are able to realize the higher price. In Rajasthan, Reliance, in one of the study, it is revealed that farmers are getting something like 30 to 40% higher than what they were getting earlier. So there is a place called Chomu near Jaipur. So there, this Reliance retail chain is successfully operating. So this is how the chain of retail linkage works, from farmer to retailer and then to consumer. So this retail route, they are setting up collection centers. So some of the examples of this retail chain are Metro Cash and Carry, Tata Chemicals, Field Fresh, Bharti Enterprise. Now many actors are entering into this retail chain. So this is one of the model which can work even in COVID period also. Now, classic example is Hopcoms. So it is a very old institution wherein Karnataka has been always innovative in developing various models of marketing. One such model is Hopcoms. So here Hopcoms, they have got retail outlets across Bangalore and 2-3 other cities. They are procuring the produce from the farmers and then selling it through their retail outlets. Not only that, they have got a backward linkage concept wherein they are supplying seeds, fertilizers, and technical advice also. So this is one of the successful example of public run model, Hopcoms model, a very classic model which is talked across the country in all the forums as far as agriculture marketing is concerned. So this is how the chain goes through. Now here producer is getting 85% of consumer rupee. So you can imagine where 30, 40% and 85%. So doubling of the farmer's income is achieved through this model. So this is how it goes. So they have institutional buyers as well. So this is a model of Hopcoms fresh food retail chain in Karnataka. Then one more issue I talked about the farmer producer organizations. Given the proportion of small and marginal farmers in Indian agriculture, around 85% of them are small and marginal farmers. We have to live with this. There is no way out to consolidate the land holdings. So the better way is group approach. Previously, there was some success in cooperative field, but due to some inherent problems, the success was achieved, by a few states only, like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, and Telangana. But now government has come up with one new policy, that is farmer producer companies. So here a group of farmers, they will register as a joint stock companies. So in the year 2002, for this Companies Act was amended, and farmers groups, they were allowed to register under this Act, Companies Act 1956. Now, of course, it is 2013. Same provision have been retained even in 2013 Act also. Now, advantage here is having a farmer producer company, you can bring professionalism and you can give a business touch to agriculture marketing. So that is the aim for this floating of this farmer producer company. Across the country, around 8,000 farmer producer organizations, they are working. The only problem with the present farmer producer organizations is sustainability issues. So, there are a lot of legal compliances which a farmer has to meet, which farmer is not aware of. So that's why NABARD and SFAC, they have appointed their promoters, advisors, and consultants, but still a lot of things have to be done. But this is one of the best model for bringing professionalism in agriculture. And, this is going to be a new solution for problems in Indian agriculture. One such successful example, I just want to share it with you people. Sahyadri Farmer Producer Company has got a very organized supply chain. This company is having a share capital of around 200 crores and the turnover of this company is 500 crores. It started only in 2010. So within a span of 10 years, from mere 50 lakh share capital, now they have reached 200 crore share capital, and a mere business of 1 crore, now they have reached to 500 crores. So this is possible mainly due to professionalism, backward linkage, forward linkage, understanding the pulse of the market, understanding the pulse of international market. This company alone exports around 30% of total grapes from India. So that is a major earning for this producer company. So this is one of the model where, this can be used in COVID situation very well. Then of course, Government of India has brought a concept of ENAM, wherein markets are virtually linked. They are networked through computer. A person sitting in Bangalore can bid for a produce in some Delhi market. So this is a kind of a virtual market which is envisaged by the Government of India. Here, logistics and quality management, they are taken care by the market, and the purchaser is ensured about the receipt of quality produce. So now ENAM around 600 markets have been networked. Of course, ENAM has been envisaged based on the concept of electronic market in Karnataka. So now Karnataka is need not have to be join in ENAM. So already they have. In 2013 itself, they envisaged this concept. So these are some of the models, various models which are available for supply chain management in agriculture. I don't say any one particular solution is feasible, but let 1,000 flowers bloom. You can use all the alternatives for better supply chain management, depending on the region, depending on the crops, depending on the commodity, depending on the socio-economic settings of the farmers. So these are some of the alternatives which are available. Yeah, one more alternative is e-marketing. We hear about Big Basket, Grofers. Many of them they have ventured into now. However, the success achieved is to a limited extent. Wherever major metro cities are there, these retail operators are operating. These people also have got a backward linkage with the farmers. So they procure it from the farmers and then sell it online to the consumer. But Big Basket, company like Big Basket, it has done quite a sizable business in Hyderabad. So these are some of the models which I just wanted to share it with you. Now coming to impact of this COVID-19 on supply chain management. In fact, it has struck deep into global economy as well, not only agriculture sector. But the first visible impact is on rural sector, because there is a disruption in agriculture supply chain because of lack of transport, because of lack of buyers, closing of restaurants, closing of many eateries. So that has hampered the supply chain in Indian agriculture. All these things are leading to a loss of revenue, not only to the farmers, but as well as traders. So traders are also in soup because of this COVID impact. And more than anything, this COVID impact coincided with the harvesting season also. So many farmers, they faced a problem in harvesting the crops, and probably in Kharif season they may face a problem of getting good seeds, fertilizers, and other inputs, medicine for their crop protection. So these may be a problems of COVID-19 on supply chain management of Indian agriculture. Now the major issue is export has been hampered because international travel is banned, air cargoes are not working. Otherwise, India used to export around 685 billion worth of agriculture commodities. So because of lockdown, we are unable to export anything at least for these 3 months. So that's a major loss for the Indian agriculture sector. And if you talk of domestic markets, I have given an example of Gujarat and other washing market in Mumbai, but it applies to all the markets in India. So they have been closed down because of virus. So especially fruits and vegetables, it's perishable. They are affected a lot. So under such situation, what is the way forward here? So we need to have a strategy for this. One of the major strategies is automation of activities in the supply chain management. Then announcement of the schemes by Government of India. Already Government of India has announced around 65,000 crores for market infrastructure. Then there should be change in tax policies, and there should be exemption in taxes. And we need to promote e-commerce channel on a large scale so that demand for agriculture produce increases. So these are some of the strategies which I have suggested. Nevertheless, the existing models can be leveraged for maintaining the supply chain management during COVID period. So with this, I think I'll conclude my session. So, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for giving this opportunity to speak on this supply chain management. Thank you.
Sir, my sincere thanks for your valuable and inspiring presentation on supply chain management with the help of tools as well as models.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
If participants have any queries or doubts,
I'll take the question, madam. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Please.
Delegates, you have any queries? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Once
All the
again,
best for the rest of the conference. Yeah, thank you.
Heartfelt thanks to you, sir.
Thank you.
So there is a break for 45 minutes from 1 to 1:45. All the delegates are requested to be present at 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
welcome you all for this post-lunch session. Respected resource persons and distinguished delegates. I am Dr. Rajeshwari Shettar, coordinator of this one-day international virtual conference on the economic and financial implications of COVID-19. It's my great pleasure to invite the resource person, learned Dr. Vinayak Hosmani, to put some light on the topic, agricultural entrepreneurship opportunities. On behalf of the organizing committee, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, for this technical session. I take this opportunity to introduce the resource person. He has served in various institutions like Gambit Training Institute, Hubballi, Bharati Walmart Enterprise, and Aditya Birla Retail Limited as a training and development officer. Vinayak Hosmani has served as lecturer of management in KLE Society College of Business Administration. He has also served as regional coordinator, in-charge officer, training and development, public relation officer, and assistant professor for MBA and at KLS Gopte Institute of Technology, Belgavi. Presently, Vinayak Hosmani is working as agribusiness incubator in University of Agricultural Science, Dharwad. In his credit, awarded for the Best Summer Project Award in 2011 by VTU at Horizon College of Technology. Awarded as Global Teacher Award in September 2016 by AKS Delhi. He has organized various events as organizing secretary and coordinator. Vinayak Hosmani sir has undertaken various projects and professional training. He has published more than 13 papers in the national and international journals and presented the papers. With this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, on this organizing committee.
Very warm good afternoon to one and all. Post-lunch session is always a difficult task. Still, I thank the K.S. Jiglur Arts and Dr. Srimati M. Sheshagiri Commerce College of Women, Dharwad, for giving me this opportunity to share my views on what is the impact of COVID-19 on agriculture entrepreneurship. I hope I'm audible, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let me share my screen. Okay. Basically, agriculture is one of the most upcoming kind of enterprise in sector, maybe pre-COVID or post-COVID. So today I'm going to speak about the challenges which agriculture sector faced in terms of doing their business in the pandemic COVID-19 as well as post-COVID-19. And today I was witnessing the speech done by the keynote speaker, Dr. Algur, who rightly said that government is focusing a lot on agriculture and allied sectors. So to begin with, I have a small presentation. So what is the global impact of COVID-19 on agriculture entrepreneurship? To give an insight of COVID-19, it's a pandemic which is not only had an impact on India, it also had an impact globally. So what entrepreneurship in agriculture is doing, what agriculture can do in future, and what would be the status of agriculture by 2025 is what I'm going to speak today. Taking you through agri entrepreneurship, what exactly it is. It's an entrepreneurship which can be defined as being primarily related to marketing and production of various agriculture products. Agriculture entrepreneurship is also related to agriculture inputs. I have few examples to relate, like areas where agriculture entrepreneurship associate themselves, which include dairy, forestry, horticulture, agriculture, and also production and marketing of agriculture inputs, like it might be also the fertilizers, manures, organic inputs, and other stuff. So taking you to the challenges which agriculture sector faced during this pandemic is like this particular season is peak Rabi season in India. Like wheat, gram, lentil, mustard, including paddy, which were an irrigated tracts, which are harvestable stage, are almost reaching maturity. But because of
Hello. Hello. Hello.
did not help the pandemic. But exactly what happened during this point of a time, agriculture was given a lot of importance by central as well as state. They had announced a lot of schemes which helps support farmers to market their products which can be consumed at a very short period of a time. It was a challenge, but still the challenge was accepted both in central as well as state. Basically, what I'm trying to show you people through this picture or an image is like agriculture now is not like a physical market where it is a barter system. It is now online, and e-commerce is a platform which was able to kind of bridge a gap between the producers and the consumers. People started getting produce directly to their home through these e-commerce platforms. One by one, first thing, this COVID-19 helped to pave the way to e-commerce platform. We can see a lot of e-commerce platform which come into existence. Now, you people already know and enjoying mangoes this season. Mangoes are being sold online. You book a mango and it reaches your home. We being Krishik Agribusiness Incubator, where we incubate people, one of our startup was instrumental in providing mangoes to the doorsteps of the consumers, which they order online, which basically got a gist of a kind of a hope for an e-commerce platform startup, which can help the farmers reach their product to the end user. Mobile mandis on wheels was the concept initiated. So mobile mandis on wheels is basically a concept where the agriculture sector was able to get the mandis directly to the doorstep. It's been a traditional approach that we people go to mandis and buy vegetables which are required, which is in the form of consumables. But now, because of this COVID-19, this is an opportunity in agri entrepreneurship where people who have a gist of working on agriculture domain to help people, to help the farmer, to help the customer to get the desired product, started these mobile mandis, which were like on the wheels. The people approached your home and you buy products directly. Then the third aspect is support from government to trade across all states without any boundaries. As it was being delivered by the keynote speaker, Dr. Alur rightly said that Government of India has taken out the barrier of interstate exports of perishable goods. Like from Karnataka, especially from Belgaum, a lot of vegetables and green leafy vegetables were being exported to Goa, which is a neighboring state to Karnataka. But now it is open. Like we are taking off those intermediaries where the farmer is benefited as well as the consumer, because farmer gets the right price and the consumer get it at a very cheap price. Then from farm
Hello, Vinayak. Hello, Vinayak. Your mic is mute. Your mic is mute. Your audio is mute. Unmute your audio.
host is muting it again and again. Yeah. Am I audible now? Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I can hear somebody speaking in the background. Hello?
Yeah.
No, I feel somebody has not muted their mic.
Okay. You can start now.
Yeah, okay. So what I was speaking is regarding the challenge pricing. When Big Bazaar, I just want to take an example of Big Bazaar. When they got introduced in Indian market, there was something called the price challenge. That basically means that if anybody gets the same product in the market lesser than their price, they could, I mean, they initiated saying that they will pay it back. Similarly, this e-commerce platform, ordering online, has paved a way to online sellers where they say that it's a price challenge. For example, onion, we paid 150 rupees per kg. But now the onions are priced at 15 rupees, almost 90% decrease in the price level. Why? This is because of the e-commerce platform, which got a blossom boom in the present market, that they have been selling these products, helping the farmers as well as the end users who receive an exact product. So this is what exactly an e-commerce looks like. We have an agriculture network. It may be in the form of farmer producer organizations, cooperative society, or any of the concepts being funded by the central or the state government, which requires a basic minimum requirements: access to the internet, portal authentication, as well as focus on internet-based marketing. What normally we get out of this e-commerce platform is commodity and products, which has a crop and livestock, forestry, fruits, grains, seeds, nuts, vegetables. Also has agriculture administration services for raw materials, tools, examples, pesticides, seeds, and farmer tools, and additional services like tourism, recruitment, safety, consulting, and training. Who are benefited? There are three people which you can look at the left-hand side corner of the presentation. One is the customer, the other the administrator, and the third one is a farmer. Administrator is a person who acts as a bridge between customer and the farmer. What he's trying to do is give the farmer the best price, what he's looking for to sell his products, and the customers also that he gets the right product at a very reasonable price. So this is what has an opportunity in agripreneurship or agri-entrepreneurship, which we are promoting into. So government support system, what they have done, rightly said by Dr. Algur, he said, Dr. Alur, rupees 1.63 lakh was being sanctioned by the central government for agriculture and the right sector, aiming at strengthening infrastructure, logistics, and capacity building. But out of which, who are the people who are focused? 1 lakh crore out of 1.63 are given to agriculture infrastructure fund that will finance project at the farm gate and aggregation point for efficient post-harvest management crops. So this fund would be released. I want to point it out, saying that it would be released to FPOs, farmer producer organization, because this organization, which is being constituted by the group of farmers, rely on those people so that their produce are being sold at a right price in the right market. Also, agri-cooperative societies, where these societies take up not the APMCs, these are the separate societies which have a link up with retail industries like More, Reliance, and retail sector, you can name it. And also agri-entrepreneurs and startups under this fund. So startup is gaining the most of the importance. Out of 1 lakh crore, I have not mentioned in my PPT, 33%, which is approximately around 33,000 crores, which goes into startups under various schemes which are being introduced by central as well as state. Why they are focusing on startups is because of the output which is generated in the form of research and development, which is done by the startups before the concept is being initiated.
Hello, Dr. Vasmani, sorry for interruption.
Yeah.
I know I am not able to see your slides. Are you sure that you have shared your screen?
Yes, sir. I have already shared my screen.
But I can see your face, but not your slides. I don't know about others, but I'm not able to see. Yeah. Now it's yes. Now it's shared. Can you please make it presentation mode so that full screen we can have?
I had done it. There were disturbances in between. I think the host would have taken it off.
Yeah, probably. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we being in startup, we normally promote startups which are into helping farmers either through FPOs and societies. So we have a live example of one of the startup which is into helping the FPOs to reach their product in the actual market at the right price. It is Rugronomy Private Limited. So these are the people who have around 5,000 FPOs who are registered with them, and approximately around 75,000 farmers who are under those 5,000 FPOs. So why government is looking out for agri-entrepreneurship is because by 2025, India will be pioneer in producing consumables in the form of grains, vegetables, etc., dairy, fisheries by 2025. And we will be the pioneer where we can shift ourselves from a IT sector to an agri sector. Most of the IT industries nowadays are facing a lot of problem, but IT industries will sustain only if agriculture is given an importance. Now, 33% of the agriculture produce, which is being exported to various countries, maybe around, as per the research what Thomson has done, 17.33 of the total produce in the entire India has been exported to other countries. It is because that we have a quality production, and we also follow the traditional method of producing what is consumed. To just give an insight of what exactly in terms of numericals, according to the CII, 30% of the agriculture enterprises are making profit, and 35% are in the break-even stage, and 35% are making losses. But through this research, by 2022, 70% of the market, which will contribute to the retail sector of Indian industry, will cope up and be ready to eat food and ready to cook products which are available in the market, will be produced directly by these societies and FPOs, as well as startups which are being supported, funded and promoted by Government of India and Government of Karnataka. So agri innovations, entrepreneurship and technologies need to be promoted to improve the production and productivity post-COVID, which is already being taken care of. Like we have RKVY, which is Rashtriya Krishi Vikasa Yojana under Ministry of Agriculture, central government, which are promoting agri startup through a scheme called Raftar. Raftar is a scheme where the startups which have an innovative idea to help the farming community as well as get a right price with the right product to the customers are being supported under this scheme. Similarly, there are around 12 schemes under RKVY which support in a different way, which help the startups, in turn help the farmers to get the right price for the product which they grow. Moreover, precision farming methods will pave the way for optimizing cost of production and productivity. Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, when he was here in North Karnataka, it was an open challenge to people around to come up with a product or a prototype which could go to the farmer, test their soil and give the report. And it is already being initiated under RKVY Raftar. One of the startup has come up with a portable soil testing device, wherein the farmer has to come to any of the university or the testing institutions to get his soil tested. Now the startup goes to the farm, tests the soil and gives the result on their field itself. So that is again a move which is being done by the Government of India to support farming community. So agri-entrepreneurship is the future. Through all these slides, I would like to, show this picture will tell you that this is what is the future of India. But due to COVID-19, there were challenges and there were opportunities. But keeping into consideration, apart from pharmaceutical or a medicine industry to manufacture the N95 mask or the sanitizers, the next best option or the next best what you can call the profit-making sector is agriculture. Why? Because the masks are produced using cotton and agriculture comes out of cotton. The cotton comes out of agriculture. Similarly, the sanitizer is produced using the alcohol. The molasses which is being withdrawn to get spirit is from sugarcane or some other byproduct. So agriculture is a mainstream which will help you to gain what is required. And post-COVID, agriculture would become the primary or will become the primary sector which will have more than 13.3%. As of now, it is 9.6%. as per the research done by the ICAR and ICSSR, it says that it would reach up to 13.3%. So with this, I would like to close my presentation on the challenges and opportunities of agri-entrepreneurship during COVID and post-COVID analysis. If you have any questions, I would love to take it.
Dear delegates, if you have any queries, please put on the Zoom app chat.
Hello, Dr. Osman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for a nice presentation on opportunities on agri-entrepreneurship. This is wonderful. As we all know that there are wonderful opportunities in agriculture, but there is also concern what we are seeing in the agriculture entrepreneurship. There are many non-agri people are there. And there is a lack of agriculture graduates coming into the agri-entrepreneurship that we are seeing. Do you have anything, because now you are into this agri-entrepreneurship, I'm sure you also are associated with the 9 program previously and other things.
Yeah.
So out of your experience, what is that factor which makes this candidates to attract towards entrepreneurship, especially through agriculture entrepreneurship? How we can motivate them? Any that quick points out of your experience which we can discuss with our graduates to take up agri-entrepreneurship?
Yes, sir, definitely. To address this question, normally what you said is 100% right, sir. 90% of the agriculture related startups don't have any agri graduate in them.
Yeah.
But it is because of the artificial intelligence and IoTs. A lot of the engineers as well as other basic science graduates get indulged themselves because they have some innovation in their mind. Recently, there is a scheme called IDP, Institutional Development Program, which is being initiated by World Bank. And it is the blessing in disguise that University of Agriculture Science, Dharwad has also got that project. And through this project, it is being communicated to the students that agri-entrepreneurship is what exactly is the future of India. And if I'm not wrong, if you're an agri graduate and a doctorate in agriculture, most of the agri students who come in here opt for a competitive examination to get a job and have a secured life. But there are a few examples who are the alumni of the same universities who have started their own enterprise and they are doing miracles. They are earning in millions and they have their branch offices in US, UK, and London. So these people who are the alumni of your own institute, maybe Vijapur, maybe Gulbarga, Bagalkot, or Dharwad or Bangalore, these alumni have to come and speak with the students because students have a very good concept in them. One of the recent event which happened under IDP, I was one of the judge, and when I saw people exhibiting their ideas and views, somebody after the silk is taken out from the silk womb of that worm, it is discarded. So he has come up with an idea wherein he can manufacture fish food using those discarded silk wombs.
Yeah.
So I mean, these are an examples. See, entrepreneurship is not like a teaching. I teach you and you study, you write an exam and you clear it. Entrepreneurship is inherent. It has to be initiated, ignited from a person, making him understand that this is what your strength is.
Yep.
Even though I am here after NAIN, after ITBT, I'm here with agriculture domain. I know 0% of the agriculture. But after coming in here, I understood that this is what is the future. I was able to relate what exactly was traditional method and what is the method which is being followed using technology or other things which help agriculture to develop in a much better way. 2 bulls plowing 10 acres and 1 tractor pulling 10 acres, there is a time gap.
Yeah.
We require 8 hours to plow 10 acres using bulls, but we require 1 hour to do the same thing using a tractor. So there is an intervention of technology here. So what I feel is there should be a collaboration between technology and agri graduate that could make miracles. For example, a person from Shumaga who was an IT guy who had a very good job in UK, was earning around 6 lakh a month Indian rupees. He left his job, came back to his city, and he started something in his place where it is known for growing XYZ product. I will tell you at the end what that product is. Now he is making in millions. 6 years back when I met him, he was like explaining things to people, make them understand this is what is future. But after 6 years, people feel, yes, he has reached his future. I'm speaking about Nivedan Nempe, who is the founder of Areka Tea, Areka Nut from Shumaga. Right? He left his job. So it's kind of an ignition which an individual should have. It cannot be made. You know, like there is always a question: is an entrepreneurs are born or made? Right? Dhirubhai Ambani was an entrepreneur who was born. Mukesh Ambani was made by Dhirubhai Ambani, but Anil Ambani was not able to be successful. So this is what I can say. You know, both being the son of same father, one is under terrible loss, the other one is under terrible profit.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah. I have Dr. Suguna Basaraj. Very nice session. 80%. Okay, and GDP. Financial outlay. Okay, Madam, I would like to answer your question, Dr. Suguna. 80% of the Indian population is agro-based. 10 to 15% GDP comes from agriculture. In order to focus on agriculture sector, in yearly budget, how much percentage financial outlay is to be provided? Madam, it's already 13%, which is next to the IT sector, where we call Hyderabad or Karnataka, like Bangalore, Silicon City. We are next to IT sector. We are getting more than what you have been mentioning here. Normally, IT and agriculture together are working now. NASSCOM is one entity which is being initiated by GOI and GOK, which helps bridge gap between technology and traditional method. Like we have artificial intelligence. For example, we have something called as tree tagging. Initially, it was not there. For example, you grow 10 acres of sandalwood trees. Somebody can come and cut it over, but it requires 20 years to grow. But it requires only 2 minutes to cut and take it off. But through artificial intelligence, we put some tree tagging on it, and we get to know who is going to cut it and when it is being cut and what can you do with it. So similarly, the GDP, whatever you said right now due to COVID-19, pharmaceutical companies are the major contributors of GDP post-COVID. I mean, in the sense after COVID entered India. But before that, it was agriculture and IT. I hope I have answered your question, ma'am.
Dear delegates, any other questions?
Okay, I think I don't have any more questions now. I thank the management, the principal, and the coordinators.
Sir, kindly check your YouTube link, sir. There may be questions in YouTube link.
Okay.
YouTube link chat box.
I'm just going through it. I think I don't have any more questions now. I thank the management, the principal, and the coordinators. No, madam, I don't have any question in YouTube.
Delegates, any other queries, questions?
I am in the YouTube link chat box, and the last message is like, good afternoon, sir and madam, by Manohar Shirati. I don't have any questions here.
No questions?
No. And Madam Organizer, I would like to take this opportunity to the people who are available on this conference that we have floated the applications to apply for agri entrepreneurship, which will fund startups as well as idea stage entrepreneurs up to a fund of 5 to 25 lakhs. And the last day to apply is 30th of this month. So they can take this opportunity. People who are very much concerned about agri and agri sector can avail this opportunity, wherein they could get a funding from Government of India, and will also definitely support them. So before I give my concluding remarks, I would thank the management of Hurkadliaja College, as well as the principal, the organizers, and the participants who patiently listened to me, to my comments. Right. You can also comment. You can find our link on usd.in, University of Agriculture Science Dharwad.in, Raftar. We also have a website. If there are any queries, we have our mail ID there. You can post in there. And this platform is in a kind of a very good platform where the Hurkadliaja team did a lot of work and brought to us together, where we have people from different arena who shared their views. So thank you again.
On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you, sir, for your valuable information. Now I conclude the session. I request Professor Pushpa Abhigiri Madam to continue the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are waiting for the resource person to join. Good afternoon, everyone. I extend warm welcome to the resource person, Dr. N.M. Makandar, and all the participants to this session on effects of COVID-19 on Sensex. It is my privilege to introduce the dynamic personality, Dr. N.M. Makandar. He is presently working as Associate Professor of Commerce, Anjuman Arts Science, Commerce College, and PG Center, Dharwad. He has 33 years of teaching experience at UG level and 3 years at PG level. His area of specialization is banking and finance. He has authored 2 big books in the form of study material for distance mode of education and 3 books of his research outcome. He has published more than 100 papers in the Journal of National and International Repute and presented as many as 65 papers in the national and international seminars. He is actively involved in research projects. He has completed 1 minor research project and 2 major research projects funded by UGC. He has guided 4 students for PhD and 9 students for MPhil. Dr. Makandar sir has organized 4 national seminars sponsored by UGC. He has served in various academic bodies in different capacities,
served as member of BOS for UG, Karnataka University, Dharwad for 2 terms. He has given valuable service as research guide, registered research supervisor, board of examiner, deputy superintendent of KSET examination, etc. With this brief introduction, I once again welcome Dr. Makanda. I invite Dr. Makanda to speak on the topic effects of COVID-19 on sunset. Over to Dr. Makanda. Dear delegates, we are trying to connect Dr. Makanda, sir. Please cooperate with us.
Hello, good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Speaker on.
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir. Please join. It is not like. Please switch on the video, sir. Switch on your video. Sir, please switch on the video. Yes, it is visible now.
Is it okay, madam? Is it okay?
Hello. It's okay. Please start. Please start. Continue. Good afternoon. Please join. It is not like. Sir, we welcome you. Please continue, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Dr. Makanda.
Please switch on the video. Yes. It is visible now.
Is it okay, madam? Is it okay?
Hello. It's okay. Please start. Please start.
The organizer has given. The organizer has given me a topic that is. Good afternoon. This is Dr. Makanda.
Please switch on the video.
The organizer has given. The organizer has given me a topic that is. This is Dr. Makanda. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಲೈನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಹಲೋ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಏನು ಈ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ ಈಗ? ಈ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆ? ಹಾ, ಓಕೆ 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 ಓಕೆ. The today's topic is impact of COVID-19 on Sensex. Let me give a brief profile of Indian economy and switch on to how it is going to this Sensex, this COVID-19, how it is going to affect on the Indian economy. As our new financial year commences, the novel coronavirus COVID-19 has infected more than 200 countries. Of Indian economy and switch on how it is going to this this COVID-19, how it is going to affect on the Indian economy. India's economic growth may fall sharply to 2.6% in 2021. COVID-19 has infected more than 200 countries. Now, let me give a presentation on my PPT. Let us observe this PPT. India's economic growth may fall sharply to 2.6% in 2021. The Indian economy characterized as a developing market economy. It is the world's fifth largest economy by nominal GDP and the third largest by purchasing power parity. The long-term growth prospect of Indian economy remains positive due to its young population and corresponding low dependency ratio, healthy savings and investment rates, and is increasing integration into a global economy. The world's largest economy by nominal GDP and the third largest by purchasing power parity. The long-term growth prospect of Indian economy remains positive due to its globally coronavirus has produced a unstable environment for people.
Makanda
This
sir.
is spread all over the world and called as a pandemic by World Health Organization. Hello, madam. Madam. YouTube ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ? ಹೌದಾ? ಮತ್ತೆ Zoom ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ Zoom ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ? ಹಾ, YouTube ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ? ಓಕೆ. YouTube ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಹಚ್ಚಿಲ್ಲ. YouTube ಯೂಸ್ okay. I will continue with the PPT just to look at the thing. Is it audible? Is it audible? Okay. Global coronavirus has produced an unstable environment for people. This has spread all over the world and called as a pandemic by World Health Organization. The entire world is passing through great uncertainty and countries across the world are facing serious consequences and damages to the economies. Many economies may face negative per capita income growth in 2020 due to coronavirus pandemic. The Indian economy has also been hit hard by the ongoing coronavirus pandemic and global crisis. India's trade has been severely impacted. People have been facing a sudden loss in their incomes, causing a major drop in demand. Now this disease begins with China, who is the founder of this COVID-19. Then as far as the Indian trade is concerned with the China, India is maximum depends upon the China. India is among the top 15 countries that have been affected most as a result of manufacturing slowdown in China that is disturbing world trade. It is observed that India's trade impact due to coronavirus outbreak will be about $348 million. India is net importer of China with $56 billion. India's total electronic import account for 45% of China. Further, 67% of electronic component we are importing from in China. It is also said that 45% of the consumer durable goods are imported from the China. Apart from automotive parts and fertilizers, China share in India's import is more than 25%. Around 90% certain mobile phones we are importing from China. It is also observed that the overall trade impact is estimated to be most of the chemical sector at $129 million, textile and apparel at $64 million, automotive sector at $34 million, electronic machinery at $12 million, leather product at $13 million, metals and metal products at $27 million, and wood products and furniture at $15 million. Indian manufacturers use 75% China's component for TV and almost 85% China component for smartphone.
Okay, grammar.
Any major disruptions in the China's economy can dispute this import and hence both the production process and supply of consumer goods in India.
6 PM
Now, all these clearly indicate how the Indian economy depends upon the Chinese economy. If there is any things went wrong in the economy in China, automatically it affects all over the world, and India is not free from that. Now let me take some more slides so that you can understand the demand side, how it is affected this COVID-19. As far as in Indian concern, tourism, hospitality and aviation are among the worst affected sector that are facing the maximum burden of the present crisis. Closing of cinema theaters and declining footfall in shopping complex are affected the retail sector by impacting consumption of both essential and discretionary items. Consumption is also getting affected due to job losses and decline in income level of people, particularly the daily wage earners, due to slowing activity in several sectors, including retail, construction, environment, etc. With the widespread fear and panic now increasing among people, overall confidence level of consumers have dropped significantly, leading to postponement of their purchasing decisions. Further, traveler restrictions have severely impacted the transport sector. Hotels are seeing large-scale cancellation, not only for leisure travelers, but even business travelers, as the conferences, seminars, and workshops are getting cancelled in a larger scale. As far as the supply side is concerned, on the supply side, shutdown of factories and the resulting delay in the supply of goods from China has affected many Indian manufacturing sector, which source their intermediate and final product requirement from China. Some sectors like automobile, pharmaceutical, electronic, chemical products, etc., are facing an imminent raw material and component shortage. This is hampering business sentiments and affecting investment and production schedule of the company. Besides having a negative impact on import of important raw material, the slowdown in manufacturing activities in China and other markets of Asia, Europe, and US in impacting Indian export to these countries as well. Now, how this environment affect with the Sensex? Let me go in brief what exactly we mean by Sensex. The term Sensex has been derived from two words, that is sensitive and index. It is also known as a BSE 30. 30 stock representing, that is 30 companies, which are called as blue chip companies. 30 stocks representing a sample of large, well-established and financially sound companies. Sensex is an index and indicator which gives us a general idea about whether most of the stock has gone up or most of the stock has gone down. That is what I said, that is the 30 major companies. These 30 companies are known as blue chip companies. Sensex is considered to be pulse of the Indian stock market. The index is widely used to measure the performance of the Indian stock market. Sensex is regarded as the pulse of the domestic stock market. Investors follow this index closely and use it as a barometer to base their investment decision on. We have got one more mechanism, what you call as a Nifty, that is the 50. National Stock Exchange 50 or Nifty is the market indicator of a national stock exchange. It ideally is collection of a 50 stock, but now represented that one more company has entered in the list, listed it. It is also referred as a Nifty, as a CNX Nifty by some, as it is owned by, managed by the Indian Index Service and Product Limited. The main difference between Sensex and Nifty is that Sensex is the stock market index of our BSE, that is 30 stock, while Nifty is the stock market for a national stock exchange of 51 stocks. Now here, let us see how the Sensex has experience. We have got a good experience of increasing the point, increase or decrease in the Sensex. Now, in the way back in 1990, look at the data, how the Sensex has affected with the various decisions taken by the government and environment was taken place in India as well. There was a decrease in the increase of 1,000 points on 25th July 1990. Now here touched the 4-digit figure for the first time and closed 1001 in work of the good monsoon and excellent corporate result. The reason for increase in Sensex of that is the good monsoon. In the year 1992, on January 15, 1992, the Sensex crossed 2000 mark and close to 2020, followed by a liberal economic policy initiative undertaken by the then finance minister and former Prime Minister of India, Manmohan Singh, what we call it, popularly known as the LPG. Now here, because of the LPG, thereafter the Sensex was increased by 2,000 points in the year 1992. Again in 1992 February, the Sensex surged 3,000 marks in work of the market-friendly budget announced by the Manmohan Singh, the then finance minister. Again in 1992, the Sensex rose to 4,000, crossed the 4,000 marks in 491. That expecting of the liberal export policy, it was then the Harshad Mehta's scam hit the market and Sensex witnessed untable selling. Then let me take some more points. In 2005, the news for settlement between Ambani brothers, after the death of Dhirubhai Ambani, there was a tug of war between the two brothers, Anil Ambani and Mukesh Ambani, and some agencies they took interest to compromise the family matters, and because of the settlement between the Ambani brothers, this leads to increase in the Sensex to the 7,000 points. Again in the year 2004, there was a Lok Sabha election, and because of the Lok Sabha election trend, etc., the Sensex was increased at 23 points. Again, after the declaration of the result, keeping in mind the stable government, Sensex increased to 23,551 points. Again, in the year 2015, the government has taken decision to cut the repo rate. Because of that policy of the RBI, there was a increase in the Sensex of the 30,000 on the 23rd May 2019. Again, in the year 2019, November 26th, Sensex crossed 41,000 during the trading interest. Now here, in the year January 2020, the Sensex crossed 42,000 marks within all this time of 40. Now all these are the trend, how the Sensex responds to the various decisions taken by the government and environment taking place, maybe political, social and economic. Let me take the stock of the changes taken place in Sensex right from 92 to 2020. Now I have given the list. In the year, let me take the right side, there is a snap, 23rd March 2020, the maximum, one day, there is a fall in the Sensex 3,939, which is the history in the record since 1978, on which date the Sensex was established or formed. Now let me take on the upper side. Major single height, that is the day of increase in Sensex. On 31st October 2019, there was a high of 40,392. The reason was continuous buying of foreign institutional investors, tax cut, and US Federal rate cut, US-China trade war, corporate result beginning. All these are the reasons because of the increase in Sensex. Again, in the November 2019, it was 40,816, trade lifted by buying in the index heavyweight like Reliance Industries, Bharti Airtel, and these are the reasons why there is an increase in Sensex. Again, on 20th September 2019, the foreign institution investor inflows, the fund that because the FDI has increased, gained by the Tata Steel, SBI and Yes Bank. These are the reasons for increase in Sensex. Now, let me take how this Sensex impacted to the stock market. Now, I had given a background of Indian economy. I had given the background of how the Sensex works, etc. Now, let me take before that two live telecast I will take. Now, look at today's the Nifty position so that you can understand easily and we can compare this system with the what exactly happening in the stock market. Now, this is the Nifty, and let me take the Sensex. Now, this is that is a Sensex. Now look at the Sensex. Now it is for 6 months. Look at how it is in increasing trend, and in April 28th totally it was decreased. This is regarding Sensex. That today's data. Now look at in 5 days statement. It is given just 5 days. And it was in that is 1 month. And look at the status in the 6 months, and look at the day today's that is a 1 year data. Then look at the 5 year data, how it is last 5 years it was in a increasing trend, but when look at within 6 months after the December 1990, when this COVID-19 was impacted, the Sensex was in a decreasing mode. Similarly, this is in case of Nifty also. Look at this Nifty, the 6 months data, it is totally in the decreasing. And look at this 1 year, when we take the 1 year status, up to that is the December, it was increasing, then it's go on, slowly it is in a decreasing trend. Now like this Sensex that is worse and affected to the Indian economy. Now let me relate the data to the present situation. Indian market has come under pressure due to impact of coronavirus on global economy. While benchmark Sensex has lost 3,934 points, what I shown in the slide earlier. Nifty has fallen 447 points on 23rd March. The correction in the stock market has erased investor wealth by 5.49 lakh crore. Look at this amount. The Indian investors, they have lost their amount to the extent of rupees 5.49 lakh because of this pandemic disease. Sensex, which had gained nearly 0.16 to 70 points on year-to-date basis, enter the red zone. Look at here, it entered to red zone due to the concern over global growth in the work of raising cases of coronavirus. Foreign investors are also seeking, under this situation, foreign investors are also seeking investment in safe haven asset. Like they prefer investment into gold and government security instead of investing their savings in the securities. Foreign institutions investors sold their worth up to the extent of 2,171 crores Indian markets in January 19. The people they are withdrawing money and transferring this money in the form by purchasing in the form of gold or securities in the government securities in particularly. Now let me take what the people, so many agencies they have taken various surveys and research, and these are the observations made by the various organization. As far as the World Bank is concerned, World Bank said that India is expected to grow 1.5% to 2.6%. Similarly, IMF projected a GDP growth of 1.9% of India in 2020 as its global economy hits worst recession since the Great Depression 1930. Now, this type of environment we are seeing in the year 1990, which is called as year Great Depression. Asian Development Bank similarly has drawn some conclusion. It is estimated that COVID-19 outbreak could cost the Indian economy alone between $387 to 29 billion in person consumption losses. Then OECD has revised non-India's growth forecast by 110 basis points to 5.1 for 2020 and by 60 BPS to 5.6 for 21-22. It is also warned that global growth in 2020 could come down by 50 BPS as compared to what has projected in November last year. FCCI survey shows 35% of Indian business have indicated a marked impact of COVID-19 on business operations. Let me take some more. Fitch Rating, the agency which rate the stock market, Fitch has also cut its forecast for Indian economic growth to 4.9% for 2020 from 4.1%. Now, earlier they are projected 5.1. Now they revised the projection 4.9% earlier. As it expects the weak domestic demand and supply, I already shown where the demand and where the supply chain is disturbed because of this COVID-19. Moody's, one of the top rating agency, Moody's Investor Service has revised down its growth forecast for India to 5.3% for 2020, as its earlier estimated 5.3 made in February. S&P, that is a very much part of this Sensex. S&P has lowered India's economic growth forecast to 5.2% for 2020 as compared to 5.7 projected earlier. Then one more agency, it is said that UNCTAD estimate the export across global value chain could decrease by $50 billion during the year in case there is a 2% reduction in China's export of intermediate input, and has suggested that India's trade impact due to COVID-19 outbreak could be around $348 million. Now here, looking at all these, India has a history of a recovery of the Sensex because of the so many reasons. There are so many reasons are there, but I have selected for the convenience very few. In the year 1992, there was a big scam, that is Harshad Mehta. Because of this Harshad Mehta scam, Sensex plugged 53%, and within 1 year it increased to 127% only in the 1.5 years. Again, in the year 1996, during the Asian crisis, Sensex dipped 40% in 4 years, but recovered 150% in 1 year. Look at here. Then again, one more scam, that is during tech bubble 2000. In the year 2000, Sensex crossed 56% in 1.5 years, but recovered 138% in the 2.5 years. When the US faced the real estate, there's Lehman Brothers, that is global recession. Sensex crossed 61% in a year, but recovered 157% in 1.5 years. The current market has crashed around 30% in less than 3 months due to COVID-19. No one knows when the economy will be back on the track. But some experts even compare this meltdown of economy with the Great Depression of 20th century. The Great Depression started in 1929 and lasted until the 1930. Between 1929 and 1930 worldwide, gross domestic product fell by an estimated by 15%. Therefore, it would be foolish to expect a quick economic rebound from the current COVID-19 effect. But India's lockdown is expected to impact the earning of companies, not just in one financial year, but it will continue in next also. Though the financial crisis is inevitable, considering all out effort by RBI and fiscal authorities, because the RBI as well as the government has announced so many packages, so many announcements to boost the economy by giving so many packages, concessions, exemptions, they have taken to bring back the economy on the track. Now, the problem in the current scenario is that until we know how quickly thoroughly the public health challenges will be met, economics cannot predict the ending of this crisis. Therefore, we have got some challenges. It is said that India reforms only in crisis. Now the crisis has emerged. Now we are in a crisis. There are primarily two major challenges that the Indian economy is facing at this juncture. First is to save the country from the spread of coronavirus COVID-19, which is the health emergency. Saving lives is the most important, the principal concern of the government. The second important challenge is to save the economy from unfolding economic uncertainty due to dual effect of the coronavirus pandemic and global and national lockdown. It is true about the market that whether it is the correction of the growth or both phases make equity or stock market interesting and worth taking exposure. But it is advisable that do not jump into the market or do not try to catch the fallen name. Therefore, let me conclude. The present health cum economic crisis throws up several important challenges. If the spread of the virus and the consequent loss of the life is minimized, either through newly invented vaccine or medicines, economy will rebound sharply. Countries are therefore heavily engaged in inventing the vaccines and also injecting appropriate physical and monetary stimulus measures. These two will then become major factors supporting the recovery in the coming month. This pandemic has therefore strong foreign and trade policy effect. Now let me thank the organizer. If have any questions, we'll have the discussion.
Thank you, sir. Now the session is open for discussion. If any queries or doubts, the delegates can send it to the chat box. I request the participants, if they have any doubt, they can send it to the chat box.
I feel happy for interaction. If any participant come forward, I'm very happy to interact.
Please check your chat box, sir, if there are any queries. Thank you, sir, for giving an excellent coverage to the topic and explaining in detail how COVID-19 affects various sectors of Indian economy and on the stock market. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time.
Madam, I take this opportunity to thanks to you people for taking all pain and putting effort to organize this webinar, even the days of vacations and the tough time. Thanks to the principal madam and Yabandavan Abhigir madam, Shakhtar madam, Katpati madam for their sincere effort to organize this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we move on to the next session and last session of the conference. On behalf of the organizers, I extend cordial welcome to the resource person and all the participants to this session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce a multifaceted personality, Dr. Sandhya Anvekar. She is presently working as a program head, Healing Karnataka Innovation Technology Society, Department of Electronics, ITBT Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. Dr. Sandhya Anvekar is a multiple degree holder. She did MA, obtained PhD, and also Master in Marketing Management, Postgraduate Diploma in Marketing Management, Postgraduate Diploma in Yoga Education, Certified course in Gender and Women Studies, AIDS Awareness and Counseling, Certified courses in Biorisk Management, Certified course in Acupressure and Pranic Healing. Her areas of specialization is research in management and women studies, consultancy for small business and marketing techniques. Dr. Sandhya Anvekar is a recipient of several prestigious awards for her contribution in the field of education and research. Women Excellence Award in Skill Development in 2020 by ILDC. Best Teacher Award in 2015, University category by CEE Delhi. A National Level Award for Excellence in Education in 2015. Distinguished Women Educator and Scholar Award in 2014 by National Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development, Coimbatore. A national level award for distinguished contribution to the education and research, and Dr. Radhakrishnan Gold Medal Award in 2013. Dr. Anbekar is actively involved in research as a principal investigator in a project on women empowerment. She has presented research paper in international level conferences held in different countries like England, Dubai, Canada, Sri Lanka, Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Thailand, etc. She has published more than 60 research articles in reputed journals, authored 2 books, organized more than 8 conferences. Apart from teaching and research, Dr. Anbekar Madam has also actively involved in social service as an advisor and mentor for Ladies Association, various NGOs and SHGs, as a panelist in GD9 for women issues and concern. We are really fortunate to have such an eminent academician to speak on the topic technology and post-COVID India, a positive shift. With this brief introduction, I welcome you, Madam, once again. And I now invite Dr. Anbekar Madam. Over to Anbekar Madam.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Madam, can you give me access to share my screen? Hello?
Just a minute, just a minute.
Yeah.
We are sharing, madam. Now we are given permission, madam.
Right.
We are given link now.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Is it visible now?
Visible, ma'am. Can you make it a presentation mode, full screen mode?
Sir, you need to log out now.
Visible. It's visible.
Yeah. Can I start my presentation?
Yeah, madam.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, this is the most difficult task for me, because anyone who talks post lunch is a very difficult situation, because most of us will be tired, and since morning I am seeing so many people are hearing to such serious topic, which is as serious as COVID itself, and the situation, how it is in our country, how it has different types of impact on different sectors, and then how the situation will be post COVID. This is a very serious topic which we are seeing since morning. Now, if you look at my topic, in fact, most of the speakers which I also was seeing since morning, they have taken specific sectors, and they were telling you what exactly is the situation before COVID and how it will happen post COVID. So specific sectors were there, but here I'm going to talk in general. I'm going to talk overall technology and how it will be in the post-COVID India, and looking at the positive side of it. Because we have seen here, the technology is a boon or bane. It depends on how we use it, right? So here I'm going to talk only what is the positive impact COVID has because of the epidemic, and how we are going to take the technology for betterment of our country, betterment of our lives, maybe coping up with this type of epidemics, which can help us to have better strategy. Well, this seminar itself is a positive shift, I must say. Okay, because maybe earlier AICT has been telling, UGC has been telling, and we have been forcing the people to go for online resources for even imparting the education, using the internet sources to make the education very effective, but it was not done compulsorily. Now it has become compulsory because of the need of the hour. So we know that technology has impacted positively in certain things, and this conference is itself is one big achievement in that direction. I must congratulate that such a college from Dharwad is having international webinar using the online resources, which are very, very high tech in use, and reaching out to so many people probably who are not known to you people, but they are connected to you online, and the wonderful knowledge transfer is happening. So this itself is a positive shift, I must say. Okay, looking at the topic now, is the screen visible there? Yeah. Okay. So before we go into how technology has impacted, let me talk about what has happened when the epidemic happened here. So you can see there GDP growth, which became 1.9% for the financial year 2021-22, very serious concern. And the unemployment also has risen from 6.7% to 26%. And this is, mind me, it is only on 18th April. We are not still reached till May end. I could not update the statistics on this, but 26% itself is a very huge number, because if you look at the population of India, well, this is a very serious matter of concern. Then look at the businesses. India's business up to 53% have certain kind of impact. And I must say it is a negative impact, because it is not only the shutdown of everything, including our lives, but also shutdown of the businesses also. So which are those sectors actually are impacted more? If you can see here on the screen, energy, agriculture, manufacturing. Am I audible there?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So energy, agriculture, manufacturing, e-commerce, defense, stock markets, whatnot. I think these are the major sectors of any country which are impacted here. And we see here that Indian economy was expected to lose almost 32,000 crores every day during the first few days of lockdown. And imagine now we are almost completing more than 2.5 months of the lockdown now, and the figure, if you arrive at, probably one can faint on that, thinking that, oh my God, how much COVID has impacted. And the technology also has been a very important player in this. And where are we going to lead? What are we going to do? So if you look at what is the impact, and check out with these sectors. For example, we are seeing here now some of the startup sectors, and we have the key companies. Most of us are knowing about these companies: Flipkart, Amazon, Snapdeal, Swiggy, Zomato, GoFirst, and all these. If you look at the different sectors here, starting from e-commerce to logistics, the impact score is very serious. Maybe only on enterprise we see that it is less, but almost all companies have been affected by this COVID-19 epidemic because of the serious situation in the country. And if you look at what is happening now, depending on which side of the technology industry is, the COVID will be a boon or bane. And now I'm going to talk about what is the positivity of this, not the negativity. And that's why COVID has resulted both ways. It is positive also, is negative also. But then let us look at the positive side of this, because we cannot be depressed. We cannot be, expecting the country to undergo any kind of economic crisis and then feel bad that we were not prepared and we are not able to come out this. So this is a very serious concern that we must look at what is the positive thing we can do. And whenever such kind of epidemic is going to happen, or if you are taken aback because of not preparedness, probably we should be prepared with the use of technology. Now, if you look at the world, how it is being using the technology to fight this epidemic, we have, for example, the location tracking, where you can track anybody who's infected or going to be infected and what kind of chain they have. Then robots are used, drones are used, especially for quarantine facilities, and also, for example, for tracking and to facilitate during the crisis, CCTVs to track history of the infected person. We have been using all this. And even the world use also has been very, very standard because of the technology. And I think the war of COVID has been little bit one because of the use of the technology, which has been the positive side of the technology. Now you can just see how the world tackles coronavirus crisis with the help of technology. For example, now corporate companies have adopted work from home option, where there are many issues which are related to culture, highly reliant on technology, and it has resulted only in the corporate effectiveness. Because I'm not talking about the conventional industries where it cannot be done by working at home, but most of the software companies, most of the companies which are online, which are using online resources for their marketing or for the kind of logistics, supply chain and all, they have been doing well, because the option is you sit at home. So naturally that social distancing is taken care of. infection of COVID has been reduced and quite in coverage and all, and that is what technology has been used positively. And if you look at the e-learning platforms, they have kept our learning alive. It's not only talking about education. During this epidemic, everybody was depressed because this is particular situation which has resulted in a very difficult type of life for all of us. You cannot go out, you cannot talk to people openly, you cannot walk on the road properly, you cannot be openly go here and there. That socialization has been reduced. Okay, the personal bonding has been reduced, and people are depressed because they're sitting at home. You cannot just walk out for certain days. So what has happened is e-learning platforms and e-learning resources have made our lives at least alive. Otherwise, I don't know how it would have been, because people have started using the technologies to convey, to communicate, and to share their what they are doing during these days, and how businesses are happening, what is happening outside. Everything is done because of the technology use. And e-commerce is a savior these days for avoiding stores. Now, the major impact we see when there is a spread of COVID, people, when they gather more, it is supposed to be very risky. And you can see that mall culture has been very prominent nowadays. We love to go to malls, not that we go there to shop, but we would like to have that kind of socialization, that kind of, spending the time with the family or looking at the stores and have window shopping and all. And there, the risk of contacting COVID has been very serious. And if you look at this e-commerce as the technology which is used for buying and selling, it has 100% resulted. I must say that most of us are using this, and it has helped the whole strategy to reduce the epidemic spread. Similarly, online food delivery, it is helping to keep many self-isolating people fed. Imagine if nobody comes to your house, you cannot go outside, nobody can help you out for food and all. But here you have this technology where you can talk to people over the phone or over your whatever online resources you have. You get the food at home and you are fed and you are attended. Similarly, over-the-top platforms keep us using. So now what the thing is, even during the COVID, we are being able to use the technology for better things. So now coming to what is this, it has resulted in lots of opportunities and growth in technologies. Like, we are moving from digitization to digitalization. I hope you know the difference between these two terms. Digitization will be converting whatever kind of communication or text or pictures into digital form. And digitalization is where you make use of these resources for your use in life or any kind of necessity which you have. So this has been a wonderful shift, I must say, resulted because of COVID. People are forced to become digitalized. Probably earlier, the government was telling, the particular communities were telling, use these resources, are good for you, and they use these kinds of apps, do all e-commerce or maybe e-payments, e-business and all, but people were reluctant because it was a voluntary option. But today we find that if you want to keep yourself safe from such kind of epidemic, you must use the technology to safeguard you. And that is what has happened today. And it's a wonderful shift. I feel it's happening in our country, because today a small child is hooked on to learn through online resources. So what happens here is technology will be known at a very young age, and they will have lots of skill development, and their energies will be positively used here. Imagine the child which was earlier using the mobiles or computers or iPads and all those for playing games, he is using it for learning. He is made to sit in the classroom in the house itself. And there's a knowledge transfer which he knows that there is a positive side of the technology. Okay, so this is one wonderful thing which we feel. And not only this, I can always imagine that these small vegetable vendors, when they come to your nearby your house with the push carts, and you have to always come out with the cash. Today, you can just see that even 50 rupees vegetable also you buy, you can pay them in digital form. And they do not have issues about that, because they also have understood this is what makes themselves also very safe, and there's accountability of business, and it is convenient for both the parties. And that is how digitalization has been helping us a lot. And the important sectors which we see here: digital payments, healthcare, e-commerce, online education, insurance, logistics, robotics, and cybersecurity. These are the areas where technology is going to be positively used. And I think most of this we already know about this. For example, if you talk about the simple thing like travel, today you cannot book the ticket in terms of, physically you used to go to the station, you used to stand in long queues, and you were worried whether you'll get the ticket or not. And there used to be lots of chows there. and contamination, so many things will be there. But here what happens is today you can sit at home and you can just book your ticket, and if you're confirmed only, you proceed on the journey. And imagine the app like, Arogya Setu. Now here your full data will be available with the government, which will be knowing about what is the demographic you are going through, what kind of risk you have, what type of health you have. And that's a wonderful positive development, which I see in a huge country like India. And then coming to digital payments, you can see here, this is going to create lots of employment opportunities. For example, we find here every merchant has to go towards the digital payment option. Hello? Hello?
Yes, madam, you're audible.
I'm audible, no? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. So here we find that, every merchant is forced now to go to digital payment. And here what will happen most of the time, it is going to be the scenario in future, maybe another 1 year or 2 years, that everything will be e-payments only. You don't find the paperwork, you don't find the physical type of money which is to be circulated here. And that's why the accountability and the transparency, everything will be good. And I feel that that is very, very in favor of the customers also. Because the customer will be the most benefited person in this. Accountability is there, you can always claim, you can always track, you will have the price, competent price in the market for your products or whatever you're going to buy. So that is a wonderful thing which is going to happen. And if you look at the healthcare, now healthcare is a very important sector here because COVID has affected us a lot. And this one particular sector, we really were shaken. People were thinking whether it is going to be a third world war or what. So it is going to be like that. So now we find here that the whole healthcare services will be digitized. For example, you have testing, medicines, everything, telemedicines also. Now the doctors need not to be visited physically here. Medical transcription was one of the upcoming industry before some time, but unfortunately it could not pick up in India because of lots of resistance, because of lots of factors, and we give more importance to dealing personally. But here this is going to happen in India also, that telemedicine can be very effective mode of, testing the person as well, giving the diagnosis. So that probably is going to be the need of yours. Hello? Hello? Yeah. So the healthcare is also going to have lots of impact of technology, and that is in a positive way. And then coming to e-commerce, we all know it. It's going to be exciting because lots of new categories are going to be added to this, making every product, every service online. And we are probably going to take off suddenly in the technology. Probably all these years we could not even do anything with the technology to force on the people. But now you can see that technology is going to be a very important tool of not only communication, even for the transactions. And that is going to be a wonderful scenario in our country. Probably it will have lots of ease, and this type of epidemics are not going to affect us anymore. Similarly, insurance. Now, as you say, probably insurance, people have to go for it now because Corona has made one opportunity here that each one of us must go for insurance, especially health insurance, because the cost involved in treating such an epidemic for yourself is very, very high, whether it's a testing or getting quarantined or isolated, everything is going to be very costly. And such kind of natural calamities are going to affect us a lot. And imagine when one person is affected in the family, we are seeing it's a chain that whoever is around that person also is going to be affected. And that is what is a very serious problem. And that is why it's not only individual insurance, it is going to be group insurance also. And for that, again, technology will be the important tool. Then coming to the logistics, as I told you, it is going to reduce cost, time, and waste. Because here we are going to adopt the very high tech modes of booking and transportation. Even within the transportation vehicle, you are going to have lots of high technology, which is going to give you, for example, hygienity and the kind of basic services which are required, the medical health, everything is going to be in the favor of the customers. And coming to robotics, the robotics are going to be used at a very high level, and they are going to help any country now very, very necessarily, that we must find ways for fighting with such epidemics. And that is going to be a wonderful scenario that we are going to see the technology of robotics is going to be taken high. Then coming to the specific sector, education. Morning I was reading the paper and I was shocked to see that there was a write-up on all the online education which was imparted during the COVID period now. It is for undergraduation, it is for the post-graduation, and also for any kind of other knowledge sharing. I was shocked to see that our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister itself has given the statement that last 2 years, last 2 months, 80% of the syllabuses have been covered by the faculty members by using the online resources. I think this is a wonderful thing, because though the colleges and the universities were shut for some time because of this epidemic, the education did not stop there. And they are going to have the stipulated, examination which was supposed to be conducted in coming days. Students have not lost their knowledge opportunity. The academic year will not be affected. And most of the teachers must have become very confident now to use the online resources. And I believe hereafter in the education sector itself, more than 60%, 70% of the education can be imparted by using the technology. So what do we do here? For example, there can be interactive apps or live online classes. Also, the companies will help to impart the better education. So maybe many more technology uses will be here in this sector also, where people are going to talk about different types of apps, interactive platforms, dashboards, etc. Where the student, now the major problem we are finding with online education is you feel that there's no personal touch between the teacher and the students, and monitoring becomes a very difficult thing. That is what so far has been the notion. But I think the companies over few months, they will come out with such an option also, where the monitoring also can be easy, and that personal bonding also can be done through some kind of app. I'm not aware. So that is one opportunity for the companies also to go. And I think the education is going to be having the standardization. For example, most of the teacher will be conscious about how they should present themselves in front of the students. The kind of contents which they prepare for their classes will be standardized, because here you can compare. Suppose there are two different colleges are imparting the online education, maybe 50-60% of the contents, and anybody has access to those resources. We can make out what is the quality of the teachers, what is the quality of the contents of those kind of information which is imparted in a particular subject. So I think this has a very good impact because of this technology, that most of the teachers will be standardized in their learning and teaching. They also will be standardized in their quality, and whatever knowledge is supposed to be given to all the students in a common platform, it is going to be common in the nature also. So this is a wonderful shift I'm feeling in the education sector because of this COVID, which has resulted in high-tech technology to be used in the education sector. And we are moving towards 5G. That is also going to be very, very important component of digital resources. Then coming to digital divisions and all this. And then coming to healthcare, which I already told you, now technologies very seriously are going to be, and that is going to be imparted more from the government side, because the government has been very serious about that such a national type of threat should not be repeating in our country, which has affected many lives, and it has shaken the country, shaken the economy. So probably these are the tools and this is the technological resources which we are going to use, and it is going to be mandatory, whether it's a digital tech using technology like artificial intelligence, chatbots, voice search for VR, home testing, using home test kits. Because so far you must have seen that people who had blood pressure, people who had the sugar, they used to do the testing at their home itself, because we have those testing kits even for pregnancy and all this. But imagine after some days it is going to happen that the companies will come out with such kind of innovations where anything, even like COVID, you are going to have testing done at home itself. And that's a very wonderful thing, because you will know what kind of situation is going to be after some time, dependent on the readings or data which is being shown there. And that will be a kind of defensive strategy. That is going to be a very wonderful thing. And as I already told you about telemedicine also, a remote medical assistance via computer. Now the patient will not be able to go out of the house, or if he's banned to move here and there in the society because of the spread or because of the containment and all, he can do it sitting at home. And if you look at the mobiles which were used earlier, maybe we were 2 and 3 months back, they were using mostly for the personal, image and time pass, social networking and all. Today, the mobiles have become very important tool in hands of anybody to, use for the things which are important for life. So in that, everything came necessary. For example, education also came, travel also came, then even healthcare also came. So today we are finding that this is going to be very upward shift of technology in the country. Probably if COVID was not there, the technology would have taken its own time because of resistance from the people. Maybe there was no such emergent need for using the technology for so many aspects in our country. People were taking it very slowly to take off. But today we find maybe because of this epidemic, we are forced. And let us look at the positive side of that. we are going to take the technology at a very high level on par with maybe developed countries, what happens in Japan or maybe in England and maybe in other countries where the technology is very, very commonly used. Like how we use the mobile phone for communication, there the technology used for day-to-day life. I have gone to some countries where I've seen, you don't have to depend on anybody. Even as a tourist, you don't have to depend on anybody. You just have the resources with you, you have apps with you. You can feel at home itself in any foreign country. And probably that is going to happen in India also. Everything will be available because of the digitalization, and that makes you confident that you are guided properly by the technology. And now we come to the third important sector, that is corporate. So what's happening with industry? Because so far I was talking to you about technology, how it has been positively affecting for the individual or maybe the person who is using the technology. But here you look at the corporate itself. Morning I was listening to some of the talks here. They already told you how it has been used positively post-COVID scenario, how it is good and better for the industry, probably to be strategic. So here we can see here remote work softwares that is going to be the need of the hour. Like mobile work tools, virtual reality conferences will become a preferred form of communication. So here probably industries also are going to function more dependent on this. They will not have bricks and mortar in terms of some kinds of sectors where people have to come to office. There are traffic jams, there are personal issues, there are health issues, there are social issues, there are national issues like COVID and all. But here one can sit at home and carry out what is supposed to be done with the corporate work. So that is also one good development which I'm seeing. And then security solutions, secure remote working for security compliances of corporates. Now imagine most of the corporations, when they are using the technology so huge that most of the employees will be working through online resources and online tools. So probably that is also an a necessity for coming out innovation where the security issue can be addressed very, very securely. And that is also one good shift I'm seeing in the technology. And coming to 5G exponentially faster connection speeds, capacity, and communication response will make possible innovative products and services. So this is also in terms where the corporations have to think about if they have to reach to the customers or if the customer has to reach to businesses, this is what the speed required. And it is going to be the usual thing with all the resources or apps or techniques or tools which are going to use. And that is what one positive thing we are talking about this technology because of post-COVID, I think so. Then coming to cloud computing, robust cloud computing facilities to access process of applications and data. And that is what is one of the upcoming area we see. So now coming to, okay, now three important factors we have to look at in the post-COVID period, because such an epidemic, if it repeats, what is going to happen? And we cannot be losing the precious lives, and even we cannot have a social imperative where we find that whether the people from construction industry or migrant workers or the people who are daily wage earners, they should not be affected. Everything is going to be one compact situation where the nation has to be one family. And here that is what the three factors are very important, that all the corporations, all the industries, all the companies, and even for that matter government also, agility should be there. Planning and execution, look at the kind of preparedness for any situation in the country or in the organization or in the family or anywhere in the society, that if you are very open, if you are prepared for any kind of situation, you are going to almost 50% win the war when you use this kind of preparedness, and maybe 50% when you literally fight with that kind of situation. So this is what is very important imperative, that today we should be prepared for anything. So look at the threats which are supposed to be in the country or at the family level or at the corporation level. We have to prepare ourselves in such a way that if it is going to be affecting us, how we are going to protect ourselves, how we are going to control the spread, how are we control the situation like economic recession or depression. There are many factors also where people are mentally depressed, psychologically depressed. There are people who have committed suicide. There are people thinking that post-COVID they are not going to have any income and they are not going to sustain. So there are such situations also where we have to wholeheartedly and from all holistic angles be prepared for this. And that is what is the first important factor which I feel that technology is going to help. And secondly, digital transformation, products and services. Probably today everything is going to be digitalized. And that is going to be a wonderful thing because when you go for a common digitalization or digitization of anything, you talk about standards, you talk about quality benchmarks, you talk about uniformity. So whether it's a product or services, when everything's standardized online, you can always question the person who's going to supply that to you, or the person who's going to produce that, or who is going to try to reach you in any good or services. So that is what is going to be a wonderful thing, and we should be prepared for that. I'm talking from the company point of view or the producer's point of view, where they have to be ready. They should be prepared for such situations where they are going to have less employment, less demand, or probably they have to reduce the supply. So what are they supposed to do? They have to do everything dependent on the digitalization, and that is going to standardize everything. And I think over the period of time, one can also cope up with such type of situations which are emergency in the nature. Then the third one is work from home culture. Okay, so probably we have to look at this aspect from demographics, psychological, and so many other issues. Suppose a person is working from home, what are those repercussions he is going to have or she is going to have on the family, on the society, on the economy, on the company performance, and also probably all these three factors are to be taken into serious consideration, and the companies and the government and each one of also have to come out with this kind of strategies. Okay, so then if you look at, as of today, if I talk about my own country and the huge use of technology because of this situation, I very sincerely feel that there is definitely a gap, because our digitalization has still not reached to the pinnacle of what is the potential we have. There are so many issues here, and there is definitely a digital gap. Suppose, imagine, for example, in any place, whether it's a rural countryside or anywhere, the network is not available or there is no access for communication tools like this, then what happens is probably all this we're talking about post-COVID situation is not going to be good. So here we have to first look at the strategy, maybe from the national point of view, or from the company which is talking about company point of view, or if I look at my own family from family point of view, I should try to bridge the gap there. If I'm using technology as a person for my own good sake, for the good sake of my own family, I must come out with the potential, all those apps and resources and networking issues and access to technology, everything should be done at my own house. So whether it is communication or kind of work from home option, or contacting for any kind of help, whether it is a police or it is a kind of health warriors like this, everything should be done at the home level. And similarly is with the company, if the employees are working from home and then coming to the country itself, reaching to the rural side, now we are seeing there is a huge drain of our workers from urban to rural now because of this situation. So if you have to bring them back, lots of strategies required. Now, if they are staying, probably most of them, if they don't want to come back, if they want to stay in rural side only, so how the technology is to be reaching there, because tomorrow anything such kind of situation occurs, how are we going to do that? So the gap is to be studied first. What is the gap we have for digital innovation? And then we should encourage people to come out with those kind of solutions, and probably that is going to make us, and there's a positive side of technology, I must say that. India, as it is doing very well in technology, we are one of the very good innovative nations, and we are proud to have certain, monopoly in certain sectors. So here we can talk about coming out with solutions, coming out with those kind of applications or the software solutions, etc., which are going to be very useful for the country. And this is what is I'm seeing the positive side of the COVID, post-COVID India. Now coming to what should be done now immediately, we need to have our own technology platforms, especially, for example, why do we depend on other people? Why to have Ola from someone, Uber from someone, or Amazon from someone? Let us have our own, operating people here, which is going to be own thing, and is going to help the country also, help the customers also, and it can grab the potential which we have in our country. And now this also, enabled through unified payments interface, Aadhaar-based identification, and the RuPay. So I think we need to have more kind of indigenous solutions here for technology. And that's a wonderful thing which has happened because of the post-COVID, because probably we need such solutions for any kind of such situation tomorrow. And Make in India and the kind of thing we are talking about, the campaigns where we want to develop our country through technology, I think this is one wonderful opportunity I'm seeing. So now what are those three? We look at the imperatives here. data localization is to be done, startup investment has to be more because of lots of need for innovations now. Artificial intelligence is to be used, manufacturing, IT and financial services are to be upgraded, and technologies that use the technology and telecom. So all are to be focused more on here, and that is going to be a wonderful situation, which I find that tomorrow when it is maybe post-COVID scenario, it is going to be a wonderful thing. And with this, I think I have concluded my presentation about my thoughts, which I wanted to tell about post-COVID. And I thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to talk on this. And if any queries are there, I'll be very happy to answer.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
Now the session is open for discussion. Participants, if they have any queries or doubts, they can send it to the chat box. I request the delegates, if they have any doubts, they can send it to the chat box, and Dr. Sandhya madam will clarify this.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
This is Dr. M.D. Patil, ma'am, from College of Agriculture, Vijaypur.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you now, because post COVID-19, a lot of local to local, Swadeshi, everything, this is going to boost, as you also mentioned in your presentation.
Yes.
How about the government's expenditure? I mean, budget allocation towards this innovations and other things. How do you forecast this budget allocation? Because we know that there is a financial crisis in all the departments, but especially in Government of Karnataka, because you are associated with that. So just I wanted to know from you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Patil, for asking this question, because yes, now we have understood what was the epidemic and how it has impacted, and then we are looking at rehabilitation probably once we complete with this crisis period, that we have to upgrade ourselves, and that is what one of the points which I told in my presentation was startups, especially innovative startups, which are going to help the government or help the people to combat such kind of situations, are going to be need of the hour. And I'm very sure, because right now, as of today, if you ask me, we cannot say that how much will be the budget allocation or the government is thinking on those directions or not, because right now the assignment is to fight with this and make India zero cases, right? But I'm very sure, and that is what the government also is thinking about this. Naturally, there is going to be more focus on the investment which is to be done for this kind of innovations, this kind of activities which can boost up India itself. And as I told you, most of the solutions which can be indigenous in nature.
Yep.
Okay. So suppose there are innovations, because I am seeing now the simple thing like sanitizer today has multiple types of products innovated. There are sensor sanitizers, right? There are standing sanitizers. There are automated sanitizers. So it's such a small thing about this COVID which has happened, but lots of opportunities are coming this, and that is what even Government of Karnataka also is very keen on. And as it is, it is the startup capital, I must say, of India. It's doing very well in this, and lots of innovations. People will come forward with such type of ideas. Definitely, there will be more portfolio for investment for this, and that is a wonderful thing in the post-COVID period.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Madam, good afternoon. I'm Vinayak Osmani.
Yeah, hello. How are you, Vinayak?
I'm doing good, madam. It was a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to ask, it's been almost 8 months, a year that I'm apart from ITBT. What is the disruption that Government of Karnataka or Government of India is looking into coming up with technology innovation to combat this pandemic COVID-19? Like one disruption which we already witnessed is using robots in COVID wards. Apart from this, any other disruption, like you already stated that there would be a test which can be done at home using your computers. Apart from that, that looks pretty much challenging. But apart from that, what are the various other disruption in terms of IT and allied sectors which could help combat this situation?
Yeah. Now, Vinayak, thank you very much. I think I'm very lucky that one of the resource persons is asking me a question. So that's really, it's an honor for me. Secondly, see, I don't want to answer you as a government official here, because I have not officially represented here. I'm on duty. I just happened to participate in the conference because probably it was a generic topic. I'm not competent enough and I'm not allowed to talk on behalf of the government. That I think you can understand as a protocol. But looking at, yes, the situation, we have seen that disruptive technology is going to be more during the post-COVID period. Because, see, it's not that COVID has affected only India. It is a global crisis. And it's not only that India is worried, every country is worried. And it is going to be something like how we had situations like World War I and II. Similarly, it has been named as World War III itself, where fortunately nations are not fighting with each other. They are fighting together against some epidemic. So this is a very good, wonderful, impact of COVID, which I must say that humanity is combined, right? I know looking at those kind of solutions, I think what I visualize is maybe after this post-COVID, as it is, we are seeing there are cases where, people have risen above the commercial aspects in terms of fighting with this epidemic. Like, we are so proud that India exported the paracetamol tablets to England. Crores of rupees worth the tablets have been donated to England. Imagine what used to happen pre-independence. Now, what is the situation? It is because it's a wonderful opportunity. India has helped this. Similarly, we also have sent all our, whether it's flu or malaria medicine to USA, which was requested by the President of America itself. Okay, so here the situation is totally different, and I think all of us will come together, whether it is in India or developed countries, and we come out with such solutions where this type of epidemic happens and they start spreading throughout the world. So probably you should have control over those, and those kind of innovations will be taking place. And probably I think how other countries work for fighting their national epidemics, we all together will be doing that. And technology, probably tracking, and then tracing, then kind of blockchain, okay, and then use of artificial intelligence a lot, because now you can visualize almost all sectors, the transport, communication and all, we are reducing the human touch, we are reducing the more of socialization there. Here everything is going to be automated. Already the Bangalore airport, for example, you must have seen lots of sea changes have happened there, and the Bangalore airport has become one of the best airports on par with the developed countries today. So you can look at here the standardization, the quality benchmarks, everything is going to be uniform. And it's a wonderful opportunity. The technology probably will not have gaps between countries. The same technologies can be used everywhere because most of the nations will be together fighting these situations like this. Okay, and probably what I mean to say that here, everything will be very transparent. Blockchain is one thing I'm looking here at. You ask for any data, whether it is in healthcare or in banking or in education or in transport and communication, everything is going to be standardized. And when you have this kind of technologies coming in, I think that will also come out with positive impact where hygienity may be reduced, which was a major problem earlier. Hygienity was a big problem in India, right? Malnutrition and unaware of preparedness to such situations, and then talking about ignorance. Because today, if you ask, in my presentation, I have never spoken about what COVID is. I have not spoken about what this medical problem is, because I'm sure almost every person in India is aware of what it is, even a small child. We have seen the videos where small children have come to WhatsApp and saying that, "Aap bahar mat jaiye, you please wash your hands," and all this. Because everybody, this is what is the technology. It has made everybody, information available. Everybody knows what is the situation. And that is why tomorrow that is going to happen in almost all sectors. So it will disrupt many technologies, I'm telling you. Probably this will be done by the government itself, where you have the government machinery, where you get all the ready-made authentic data of the country itself in almost all sectors. We are talking about unemployment now. We are talking about education. We are talking about healthcare. We are talking about transport, communication. We are talking about, any food and beverage, everything is going to be digitized. And I think that itself is a major shift. It will disrupt many technologies. I don't know, individually, if you take the cases, probably so many technologies which were there in the country so far before the COVID, they may not be there. They may be disrupted. So I think we have to wait and watch. Lots of innovations are awaited. I hope I satisfied your query.
Yes, madam. Yes. I just went through the article which was published through your kits about the contactless check-in, which is being done in Bangalore International Airport.
Exactly.
It's a model for entire India now, as of now. Yes. It's a model airport. I just went through it. Just wanted to understand through your point of view that what could be the future disruptions which could be done using technology, which would help combat this COVID. And thank you, madam. I'm convinced.
Thank you.
Any queries, any doubts? I request the delegates if they have any doubts. No queries.
I'm seeing some chat messages here. Can you just check it if anybody has asked any questions there?
It is there, madam.
Yes. Okay, I think I have one or two questions here. Machine taken up human jobs as automation accelerates during lockdown. What is your opinion about future India, madam? Okay, and I think this is Dr. Suguna Basaraj, right? Dr. Suguna is asking me this question. Okay, well, it's something like, cycle. Sometimes, when, if you remember a few years back, when computer technology became very important sunrise industry and people were started suspecting that it is going to eliminate human beings in so many sectors, right? And they said that when computer is doing the work of human beings, then what is this? It is going to be more unemployment and it is going to deprive the people and all this. But I'll tell you, this is what is a cycle. We all are from, economics and commerce background. So you must be knowing that business cycles do happen even in sectors. So here what happens today, as of today, probably if anything new technology comes or new mechanization happens, immediately there will be resistance from the people as well from the sector itself. Because probably it will deprive some of the people not to use the technology. It will be deprive some people of their employment also. But madam, I must tell you that whichever technology comes or whichever mechanization happens in any country, it also requires, people we are supposed to be servicing it, looking after this, maintaining it, or teaching about it. Okay. There's so many issues with any technology or any kind of mechanization which happens. So even if as of today, if you find that probably human touch is reduced, but over the period again, the cycle comes to the same point where it becomes a normal thing in the situation and it will be going on as how it should be in a normal situation. So I don't think you have to worry about this, because when people said, now imagine sometimes, unfortunately, this is also one good effect of COVID, because people in the same family sitting for example, 4 people in a family sitting with 4 mobile phones, they hardly talk to each other. And there are cases where the boy will ask his mother, "Mummy, I'm hungry, give me breakfast," through a chat message. That was the situation in a small house also. Right? But imagine, just see now what has happened with COVID. People are forced to know these human values, the family values and all this. So though the technology, same technology is in the hands of ourselves. Okay. Same is there. The same mobile is in your house, same number of people are there, but today's situation is totally different. Had anybody imagined this? Today people switch on their mobile phones and sit with the family, play carom, playing cards, they discuss, they cook, they do some kind of, video, they laugh, they dress up, they make up and all this. Had you any time, imagine this, that this is the situation when in the area of mobile and, so many things happening. But this happens sometimes. So this is what, we probably, there is a small issue that we worry about. Immediately if something comes up in the economy, there will have side effects. But if you look at the side effects and get prepared for those, probably in the future that will not be a threat at all. That will not be a serious thing to worry
There is one more question by Dr. Suguna. Man is a social animal.
Okay.
Due to lockdown and its social distance, whether there's a digitization, what will be the psychological condition of people?
About distancing you're talking about?
Yeah, so I would wish to answer this with your permission, madam. You are the chair of this session.
Yeah. One more thing is that the social distancing is there, but if you see that it is more of family bonding.
Yeah, that is there, but
you can answer.
Yeah. So it's basically in management theories, there is something called as a Pavlovian theory, which is response to stimulus. It is clearly explained in the books of management where
it's a motivational theory. It's
it's motivational, and it is basically a response to stimulus theory where then experiment was done where the food was kept and the bell was rung every time. The
It was
dog,
done on a dog. Yes.
the dog used to come and eat the food.
Yes. Yes.
After a few days of experiment, the only bell was rang, but the food was not
It was
kept.
not there, but yeah.
Yeah, the dog came in there.
Yes.
So, as rightly said by Dr. Subhana Madam, man is a social animal, but we also have some response to stimulus. Right? Initially, we go to school before, when we leave kids to school, they were reluctant to enter inside the gate, leaving our social connect. Now, but we somehow managed to send them to school, and now they are happy in school. Similarly, the same thing can be reversed.
No, I think we should start living with this pandemic. It becomes a part and parcel of our life and our country. We have to take it as, you have to only have the defensive strategy. Like how people live with blood pressure or, sugar crisis, everything. They live with that, right? It's a lifestyle management. Similarly, I think with Corona also, we need to have a lifestyle management, social lifestyle management also. And probably that will, reduce the containment and reduce also the spread. And when you know how to cope up with that, that preparedness itself will help you a lot.
Yeah, and also to state with the development of future in terms of kids, after Byju's recent startup which came into IT sector, 63% of the Bangalore community itself, including the parents and the students, have converted themselves into physical tuition to the IT tuitions, which happens in the form of Byju's.
Yes.
This is a survey done by EY, Ernst & Young, where 67 people have converted themselves. They have around more than 1,76,000 change people who have adopted themselves to Byju's to have a tutor at home through IT.
Yeah.
Is it COVID or anything else?
I'm seeing one more question here. Yeah. Okay. Yes. What will be the psychological condition of the people, especially kids and students' overall development in future? I think that's what already answered by Mr. Vinayak also. And when you know that this is the situation and you cannot go away without this situation, probably you start living with the situation. So even the children at very young age, they will be taught about hygienity, social distancing, and what are the pros and cons of such kind of epidemic, and how to be within. Now, a very important example I want to give you here. You must have seen most of the countries are affected by this, but is the Japan affected by this? I have traveled to Japan. I have stayed there for some time. I know Japan is not at all affected by Corona because the whole living style is like that. Each one of them wear masks most of the time, and they are very socially conscious. Suppose somebody has to cough and all, they don't do it in front of others. And sanitizers and all such hygiene is maintained at a very high level, and that's why a country like Japan, they were prepared for any situation, and I don't think Japan has been affected at all. So this all happened because at very young age, even the children are told that if anything happens, it is going to be very serious for all of us, and then be prepared for this. And similarly, I think in India also, children will be more cautious about hygienity, cleanliness, about their health, and how it is going to affect the other person. So that fellow feeling also will be developed. I think psychological issues will not be here. Psychologically, dependence will be more here, that people will start helping each other. Children will help each other because each one of will be having that empathetic view towards this type of epidemic. Suppose it happens to me, it is going to be like this. The same thing happens to my friend here in the class. That is also going to be very serious. So let me not spread it. Let me not cause panic to anybody. And so I think that some certain values also will be built up this. That will be good.
More questions? Participants, any more questions you would like to ask?
I think each one of you are very tired now. Since morning you are on the duty, and it has been a very hard day for all of you, I think so.
Thank you, madam, for the excellent coverage on post-COVID trends, digital payment, healthcare, e-commerce, etc. Your presentation was very informative and effective. We had a very nice interaction, and the session was very interesting. Thank you once again, madam.
I thank the college for giving me an opportunity. It was wonderful. Again, because of COVID, we have been connected, and otherwise, I don't think we have been connected. So this is also one positive development because of the technology. So I wish all the best to all of you, and hope to drop in sometime. Yeah.
Move on to the last part of the conference, that is proposing vote of thanks. I now request Dr. Rajeshwari Shankar, conference coordinator, to propose vote of thanks.
honorable keynote speaker, respected resource persons, and distinguished delegates. I am Dr. Rajeshwari Shettar, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce and Conference Coordinator. With the blessings of great Saint Sri Hukkadiyarja, I am feeling honored to get this opportunity to conclude this one-day international main theme, the economic and financial implications of COVID-19 in vote of times. Organizing this international virtual conference is a challenging task. This cannot be possible without a great preparation, wise working hand, supports from every corner, and blessings. Now it's a time to convey our gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event a grand success.
Actually, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
We are highly indebted to the esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Ashok Alur, Director, Center of Excellence for Farmer Producer Organization, Government of Karnataka, and former Vice Chancellor Anantapura for their enlightened keynote speech. Thank you, sir, for your interesting and thought-provoking keynote address. I would like to take this opportunity to express our hearty thanks to all our resource persons from USA and India who have accepted our invitation in their busy schedule and spared their precious time and graced the occasion with their valuable contributions and presence. I extend our sincere thanks to our beloved principal, Dr. Nirmala Hiregowda, for delivering the vote of welcome address and for being our backbone in our endeavor, constantly motivating and inspiring us in organizing this virtual conference. We are grateful to our management members for their encouragement, able guidance, and support in organizing this conference. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the teaching and non-teaching staff of our college for their cooperation, valuable contributions, encouragement, and guidance in organizing this one-day international virtual conference. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants across disciplines from more than 6 countries and majority states of India, eminent academicians, scholars, institutions, and entire research fraternity. Our sincere gratitude and appreciation to our technical person, Sanjay Narendra, for his vision, committed to work, and his execution. Finally, I would like to extend my wholehearted gratitude to one and all. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you for your patient hearing and also active participation. You will get e-certificate after some time.
Kindly fill the feedback form. We'll get the e-certificate. Link will be given to your email.
Thank you, ma'am.